My favorite opening. You got a really cool opening, huh?
Oh, thank you.
How'd you do that?
Oh, Mr. Mod, I'll be right to you.
Oh,
Oh, sorry about that. But how are you
man,
today?
that's the coolest opening on YouTube, gangster. There's
Oh,
like
thank
not,
you. Mr.
yeah,
Mod,
it's like a horror movie opening. You had the knives and everything.
yeah, Mr. Mod made
Hey,
it for
nice
me.
job, Mission Mod. Can you make the Zealous Den one? We'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
S- But
Oh,
yeah, how's your day going today, gangster?
good. How's yours?
Amazing, amazing. Welcome, Daniel. Yeah, I didn't get my post liturgical nap, so forgive me if I'm a little groggy.
Yeah. Oh, Daniel. Hi, little
Hey,
guy.
Daniel.
Hey, hey.
Blessed Lord's Day.
Blessed Lord's Day.
Welcome to the
How are
Gangster Ghost
you?
Peace Chill Stream.
Yeah, I came a little bit late. I would have been able to pair my stream, but unfortunately, that ship has passed. That's okay
Oh,
though.
We can
oh.
restart Gangster.
Well, how are you been today?
Great. I took the Eucharist, so I'm feeling great, and I took about a 45-minute post-liturgical nap. I got home around, I guess 1 o'clock, right? Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's
I
good.
have a non-alcoholic beer here,
Yeah.
a Stella Artois, 0% ABV. Everybody,
Now, what's up with that? Is it the same thing, just without alcohol?
pretty
Tastes the
much.
same, yeah.
Yeah, there's like 3 different ways to do it, but the most common way is that they make the beer and then they have a process of taking out the alcohol. There are a few out there. Um, Athletic Brewing Company does it where they use a specific type of yeast that's extremely low alcohol yield. Um, and I think then they still need to. I think they still need to extract the alcohol afterwards. Like, there's almost always like the process of you got to make the beer and then you got to get rid of the alcohol, which adds a whole nother process, which makes it more expensive. So people will be like, "Oh, zero ABV beers are more expensive," but typically they're almost the same price. And the reason why they do that is because for medical reasons, like for good PR, basically for like alcoholics out there who like want to still taste the product, but because of health concerns, don't want the alcohol invest in it as well. It's they take a hit on every one of these things that they sell because it isn't as popular, obviously. Yeah, beerless beer, I guess. Well, alcoholless beer, but it's still beer.
It's like
But
a vegetarian burger.
if they were able to somehow take meat and take the meatness out of meat, yeah.
They do. They have the impossible things.
Yeah,
They
but
even
that's
bleed and
made out of
everything.
plants though.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
Oh,
can't. It freaks me out. They make the hemoglobin and stuff or whatever.
No, I don't like that stuff at all. Like when I'm fasting, I never do meatless burgers or anything like that.
oh, Daniel. What if they found a way to make it where they could grow meat from plants? It'd be exactly the same, taste exactly the same, just come from plants.
It looks like they might be able to do that with spores because they found this new type of life that's something between like animal and mushroom life, and it actually like it creates like meat and it's like and it like walks along the forest floor, and it like takes up all the decomposition in it, and it turns it into meat, which is really crazy.
Yeah, I'm a meat guy myself.
Real beer has never given me a hangover. I tried fake beer once and had a terrible hangover. Oh no, Father Charles.
So how was service today, Daniel?
It was wonderful. There was a point where one of our parishioners collapsed behind me, and
From
so
just from basking in God's glory.
no, she's older,
Oh,
and
sorry.
it looked like it was probably a diabetic related because they were checking her blood pressure, But what was really beautiful about it is just to see the parish kind of come together. And once the liturgy starts, you can't end it, like, so the priests have to do what they're doing. But he's, of course, aware of what's happening. So, like, as soon as he got the chance to, he came over to her and he blessed her with oil. And then after everyone took the Eucharist, he came over with the chalice and gave her the Eucharist. But everybody kind of came together and was, made sure that there was a wheelchair there. Like, some people like were like, oh, do we need to call an ambulance? And the husband was like, no, I think she's fine. They kept checking her blood pressure, and she just fainted. I think it's because you had to fast before you take the Holy Eucharist, and it was just a little too much, and so she passed out.
You said yours is from dawn or something. What's the Orthodox?
Yeah, I think it's 8 hours technically, but yeah, it's like when you don't eat or drink when you wake up. The only thing you're allowed to do is for medical reasons. If you need to take pills in the morning, you're allowed to drink a little bit of water, but
Right.
just enough to swallow the pills.
Well,
Yeah. And then after, do you have a time period after?
yeah.
No, afterwards you immediately eat if
Okay.
you go to fellowship, and we had some great food today. Because of the weather being the way it was, we had very few people coming in. So we had so much food. So I got like a little bit of everything, and it was great. The best was the buffalo chicken dip. That was really
Oh,
good.
I love
Someone made
buffalo
that.
chicken dip. I make a pretty good one myself.
So good.
So the way we do it, it's an hour before and an hour after. And I just learned this when I came back. So growing up,
Oh.
I'd never heard of that. So there's a lot of poorly catechized Catholics. But I imagine it's the same reason you guys do. You want nothing in there except Jesus when you partake of the Eucharist.
But I'm confused about the part after.
I believe there's no time limit, but I believe a saint said one time there's like 15 minutes after you're kind of like how you put it, the walk in Theotokos, or the Christ dwells within you. So there was actually one, my sister told me this. There was a priest one time who had given Holy Communion to, I believe it was a saint or late. They gave it to someone, and he sent her off with two altar boys on her side, because it was like the angels walking with her as the body was in her. But it's something to do with just not mixing anything with the while you're partaking with the communion.
I have a question, David and Daniel. Do you think I remember watching this, I heard about this guy who did a movie. He said about these guys who did drugs and get possessed, I guess. He says in real life he's seen cases about people who did horrible things, and they woke up that were high on drugs. He said a lot of people get demon possessed and do things when they take drugs. Is that
So that's
true?
yeah,
What do you think?
I think that's how would you put that, Daniel? So demons, I feel like that's the same. So Daniel, for example, might be a little. I believe you. I say demons. Like there was one guy you were talking to on you, and I'm like, oh, there's demons coming out of him. But some people view it as like mental illnesses per se. But I think they're more of like spirits that dwell within people. So yeah, so I would view that as yeah, a spirit taking over you, whether it's when you're drunk or partaking in illicit drugs and stuff. I believe it's a sort of demon inhibiting you, and then it can obviously like latch on to you and make you grow in your sins. But I don't think demon as you might think of as like in a horror movie.
I would say it opens up
Wait a second.
you to influence to demons. Absolutely. I remember when I used to drink, and I would get like blackout drunk. I would be very surprised with some of the things that I did and said. And I've heard stories about myself that were really alarming, of things that I would say, like under that influence, like things like, "Oh, Daniel's not here anymore," and like all kinds of like really crazy stuff.
You said you did that?
Well, yeah, when I was a deep alcoholic, there were, I don't know if you've ever experienced being blackout drunk before in your life.
Oh yeah, I've been in a drunk tank.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, so you've been in the drunk tank before. Okay, so you've been, the law got involved. But yeah, Yeah, the things that it's so uncharacteristic. There's people out there who say you become your truest self when you drink. And we know veritas. That's a line that's actually in Tombstone. In wine, there's truth, but it's maybe with a little bit of wine, maybe that will loosen you up. To if you're a very cloistered person and you don't want to tell anybody about the inner workings of your heart, but when you get to a certain point, I don't think it's you at all. I think you're just highly susceptible to all kinds of forces around you, and I think the devil always wants to whisper in your ear things and invade intrusive thoughts and get us to sin, but it makes it much easier to do when you're inebriated.
Yeah, and I think that it's
What you
self-apparent because I know there's people, and probably myself. You drink so you will be a little more fun or outgoing or party or it's kind of that's a lot of the reason why people may partake in drinking, so it will alter how they behave. So yeah, that kind of speaks volumes
what do you
too.
think, brother?
I agree with
Oh, brother, probably you there?
Ortho Pike is roboing out right now.
Yeah, you'll have to fix that before your show tonight, brother Pike.
Hey,
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
so Christian, you have become
hear
an
me?
Orthodox.
Yes, as of today, I agree with everything that you.
No,
Excellent.
Gangster gave him the honorary invitation because he's brother Apostle Pope Pike.
I appreciate that.
Could
You now hold to the
Billy's
Trinity. Good.
Billy's
What the?
he's Orthodox Protestant. Would he?
Daniel, I don't think you understand how much joy me and AJ were getting out of that conversation.
Oh yeah, you guys were watching that.
What the?
I was like,
I've never met an Orthodox
no.
Protestant before, but he was literally he sounded like some of the not Baptist. It's like no, we separated from the Catholic Church because he was like no, I was Orthodox, but and then I've heard that so many stories from former Catholics. I grew up Catholic. I didn't learn or read the Bible, and then when I went to this Baptist church, they taught me the Bible, so that's what they're preaching, and that's what kind of he was saying. I grew up in an Orthodox church. I never heard the Bible, and then you said the exact thing that I'm saying when I say to them, because it's like, well, you weren't paying attention then, because that's all we do at church.
Yeah. Yeah, that's such a lie when they're just like, "Oh yeah." I mean, I I don't go to Catholic services, but I can't imagine that you guys aren't reading scripture during liturgy just like we do. I know you're not using John Chrysostom, but you guys probably have a gospel reading that happens, and you probably have a reader that speaks reads the epistles, you
Yep.
know. Yeah, so
Yeah, we usually
the
do an Old
Bible's being
Testament. We
read.
do an Old Testament reading, an epistle, and a gospel reading.
Yeah,
And
just like we do.
they usually kind of all combined, and then the homily explains or teaches us about that.
Yeah, either that or the saint of the day or the feast of the day, but yeah, exactly.
And sometimes they coalesce. So, like the feast day of a lot of the whole Blessed Mothers, the readings of that day coincide with that day or teaching.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if it's a saint that's in the Bible. That's always a treat.
What's up,
I just
gangster?
seen this video I've seen before. For Chuck watching it too, and he was in the comments. It says after the temple was destroyed, there these three type of churches that pop up. One is a Jewish church. They think that went on to help create Islam.
Oh, I don't think the Jews
One
made
is
Islam.
Pauline Church.
Who said that?
Oh, I mean, create Islam, but went on like to help develop Islam, I guess they think. And then here's this other church. I think the other one might have been the Gnostics, but the Pauline Church type one. They I think that might have been when the one Catholic broke away from. Do you think so? Well, the modern
I've never heard of this.
Christian
I'd
church
look
broke
into
away.
it though.
Yeah, I mean, there were always heretics that were around, and Islam is like considered to be probably the king of all heresies, um, because they were the most successful. I mean, look at them. They are right now, I think, the fastest growing religion, closely behind Christianity. I think they're still number one right now because they don't play fair at all. All you got to
Yeah,
do is
I don't.
say it, and then you are it. I mean, they're
I'm
like.
not too worried. That is true. I'm not worried about that, Daniel. I feel like it's because it's so easily defeated. But while it is growing, I don't think it's sustainable.
Yeah, but they don't play fair because, like, they have the same idea that some of these Protestants do, that you declare your faith and then it's over now. You have now declared your faith. You are now a Muslim. There's nothing you can do to not be a Muslim. So if you were to deny and say, I'm a Christian now, they can kill you for that.
Yeah.
Which we
I
don't do.
no, I know that. So that is, but I think the Western converts might not have as so like an Islam who born and raised. Yeah, you're gonna lose your whole family. But like a Westerner, because I know there was a time like 5 years ago, a lot of Western women were converting to Islam. But then after like 4 or 5 years, or once someone actually tells them what they're believing in, they get out of it, and then they might just lose their husband or like a few friends, but there's not too much they're holding on to.
Oh yeah, the
But yeah,
palm.
that is true. That is pretty wild how they have that they can, yeah. And well, because it's so serious that like even like your parents will like not think twice to disown you instead of like having some sympathy or empathy. To like, oh, you forsaken the family name, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, it's part of Sharia law. Like if they can get away with it, they will kill you.
Oh, well, yeah. So that's why if you don't have like a nation like America, if you're Shiite law like ran, Sharia law ran, yeah, those are the ramifications. 100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, the Pauline Church, is that the one where the Catholic broke away from?
So I actually should look more into this. But from my understanding, there's a sect of Catholics or Christians who follow the Paul writings. They almost have like a deific vision of Saint Paul. They almost like hold his writings as like equivalent to Jesus. It's a weird subsect. They're not Catholics because you can't follow anyone but Jesus. But there is some people who have like some serious devotion or love towards Paul, and they're called Pauline Christians.
Oh, I
Oh.
mean, this is like the earlier Christians, I think, for the Gentiles that both happened after the destruction of the temple.
Father Charles, sent you here.
They,
Give me the
they
book or
say,
something, gangster. I'll look into it.
yeah, put Pauline Church. This is what I've seen before. It talked about the earlier type church. So,
All right, I'm taking a look at it right
uh,
now. It's a
that's stuff I heard
proto-Orthodox
about. I've seen a
Christianity.
video of it.
Proto-Orthodox Christianity, which is rooted in the first centuries of the history of Christianity, relies heavily on Pauline theology and beliefs and considers them to be amplifications and explanations of the teachings of Jesus. Since the 18th century, a number of scholars have proposed that Paul's writings contain teachings that are different from the original teachings of Jesus and those of the earliest Jewish Christians, as documented in the canonical Gospels, early Acts, and the rest of the New Testament, such as the Epistle of James. Though there has been an increasing acceptance of Paul as a fundamentally Jewish figure, in line with the original disciplines in Jerusalem, for past misinterpretations manifested through movements like Paul within Judaism.
Yeah, so I believe they think
Oh.
Jesus was teaching an earthly gospel, and Paul was teaching a fleshly gospel. Something like one was a heavenly gospel, and one was an earthly gospel. Yes, it's
Oh.
quite interesting, but definitely not something you should follow.
And
It
I mean,
looks like there was a slowly growing schism between Christians and Jews rather than a sudden split. Even though it is commonly thought that Paul established a Gentile church, it took centuries for a complete break to manifest. Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyon, wrote in a letter he wrote in the later half of the 2nd century that the Ebionites rejected Paul as an apostate from the law, using only a version of the gospel according to St. Matthew, known as the Gospel of the Ebionites. So
AJ can't hop on.
Oh,
Christians themselves disagree
Well-
as to how far there was a tension between Paul and the Jerusalem church. Roman Catholics, Eastern, Oriental Orthodox, Assyrian Church of the East, and conservative Protestants contend that Paul's writings were a legitimate interpretation of the gospel. The idea that Paul invented Christianity is disputed by numerous Christian writers. According to Christopher Rowland, Pauline Christianity is the development of thinking about Jesus in a Gentile missionary context. So, yeah, it became a pejorative term due to their influence on the formation of the canon of Scripture. Is also sometimes used to refer to the notion that certain bishops, especially the Bishop of Rome, influenced the debates which determined the dogma of early Christianity, thus elevating a Pauline interpretation of the gospel to the detriment of other interpretations, including those held by the Gnostics and the Marcionites. So Pauline, so really this is orthodoxy and Catholicism. Basically there were some Christians that wanted to reject Paul's teachings altogether, and those were like the heretics. So I guess we would actually be considered Pauline Christians. Now that I look into it more.
Yeah, no,
Say that one more time. There was some who rejected Paul's teachings.
Yeah, they wanted to completely get rid of Paul's teachings, and they said that he invented Christianity, and that the Roman emperor, sorry, not the Roman emperor, the Roman Pope, was like decided that I'm going to say like this is part of canon. And I guess this was before the formation of the Bible. So there was still in the early centuries before the Bible came out and it was canonized by the church. We all know that the Bible came from the Council of Rome. Thank you for that. And that was back when we were one big happy family and the Pope was on our side. You know, like we love the Pope and we're like, oh yeah, he's the first among equals. And he was the decider on these things. And we said, no, Jesus is Lord. And what Paul wrote about Jesus is absolutely accurate. And this is for the Gentiles, not just for the Jews. Now, some people have kind of gone back on that. And they're like, actually, the church isn't Israel anymore. We think that Israel is just the Jews and it doesn't include the Gentiles. We have a different dispensation. So there are those that are rejecting Paul's teachings to this day.
Hearing that word wasn't on my bingo card today, Daniel.
Yeah, Pauline Christianity. I had to look it up because I didn't know if it was a good or a bad thing until I had to Wikipedia this. But yeah.
So so a lot of I believe so I want to say the Baptists are big on that. So that's a lot of how they say the church. And there's a whole conspiracy that believes in it's called Caesar's Messiah. So they say that Rome co-opted the church. So that might be where a lot of those beliefs come from. But yeah, because we obviously accept the epistles of St. Paul.
Oh, absolutely. We love Paul.
What's up, gangster?
Yeah.
The Catholic Church broke, well, the earlier Christian church broke away from, or came from the Pauline.
No.
So from what I was reading, Gangster Ghost, it looks like Pauline Christianity is just normal Christianity. And those that are saying like they were outside of like Rome's influence, they are admitting to being heretics. They're admitting to being Gnostics, which are Marcions. Marcion was the biggest Gnostic out there. And they believe that Israel is only Jewish. And it doesn't include all of humanity.
So it's pretty much saying like Christianity with the Pauline epistles.
Yeah. So like when you hear somebody like, and I'm not going to name names, but you might have heard some people saying, hey, the Baptists aren't Protestants because they have their sources back to actually the original church. What they're doing is they're admitting that they were actually on the side of the Gnostics.
I see what you're saying there. So that just gave you a little context, huh?
Yeah.
That gave you a little context to that.
Yeah, do you understand now, Gangster Ghost? So like they're saying that they didn't hold to Paul's teachings.
I have a question.
Oh, that's odd because now they do, huh?
Well, now they seem to.
I have a question.
Oh, the turntables. No, just kidding.
They're trying to fit into history. They want to make themselves relevant, and in so doing, they're admitting to heresy, which I don't think is a very clever game at all.
Well, I have a question for you too. It's all right if I let Dustin on. It's up to you guys.
It's your stream,
No.
brother.
I mean, it's up to you. I just thought this was only Catholic and
Yeah,
Orthodox.
it's up. That's why I'm asking you guys.
He's not Orthodox or Catholic. He will just bring this division here. Trust me.
Yeah.
AJ, you made it.
Yeah, I'm happy I made it. I'm glad I got the link.
Oh, sorry about this. Key too, guys. It's up to you.
Yeah, that's like, I feel like the whole spirit of this stream is that we don't have people like Dustin and Mr. Wayne coming in here and just being like, you guys are actually the heretics and we. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Did you do theater in high school, Daniel? That was a pretty good little.
People think I did theater. So many people are like, you must have been a theater guy because like they hear the way that I read. And the truth is I've learned, I self-taught myself how to act. I've acted my own stuff. One of these days I'm going to share the Marquess web series.
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, that's something that I made. It was a spin-off of my novel World Empire. So it's about a magician in a world empire context, and he's like, gangster goes, brother Pike. Oh, sorry. Looking at the private.
Hey, I was service today, AJ.
But
it went well.
Full house today. Mine was maybe the most empty service I ever seen. We got a good little snow though.
Yeah, it was a good amount of people, but I'll let Daniel finish. He was talking.
yeah, I was just talking about Mercast a little bit. It's a fictional web series about a spin-off of my novel, which I wrote before I became Orthodox. Although I did change the ending so that the emperor has like a sort. Well, I don't want to give away the ending, but there's a little bit of a brightness that comes.
Go buy the book, folks.
Buy the book. It's on Amazon, but the web series is for free. And it's about like this wizard in the future, and he's like a mercenary, and he's like he kills demons, and he actually ends up going against the Empire, and it's still fun, even though like obviously like all that stuff is stupid, but it's a fiction. It's like Harry Potter kind of stuff.
Oh, does the Emperor have a new clone?
I was gonna say that gangster. That was a good one. That's one of my. I enjoyed that story. The emperor who had no clothes. Because I've always been that guy who's like, no one's gonna tell him. No one's gonna tell him. But yeah, I had a good service today. How was yours, Daniel? You got a good amount of snow over there?
We got freezing rain yesterday, right after Vespers, and today a lot of people didn't show up because of maybe the roads weren't that great, but I was able to go. I made it. It was a nice little intimate mass though. There was probably only like 30 of us. For the first time, by the time I got back to my seat after receiving the communion, the priest was already like putting it back in the tabernacle. So I didn't get too much pray time afterwards. Yeah, it was rather quick. It was nice though. It was different. Yeah, thank you, Gigi, for not letting Dustin Buck on. I know he's super upset in the chat, but what are you gonna do? I mean, you literally created the show with Catholics and Orthodox only. So,
Yeah.
so what would be the point if you and someone like Gangster up there? I mean, not Gangster, Dustin.
Oh, what can I say? Yeah, I need to. Here's a lot of crazy stuff out there. People that believe that there's men born with wounds. It's not true, but they're just crazy.
It's not true. People born with wounds, gangster?
Men. I mean, born with that. That's crazy.
What do you mean? What kind of wounds?
It's not true. They just have where they gave birth.
Oh, wombs.
Oh,
I thought you said
I
wounds.
I did too. I did too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that's, I mean, unless they mean like some kind of weird like XXY type thing. There are some weird stuff that does happen genetically.
That's the cells. Our body makes copy of our DNA to put onto our cells. Or certain people have malfunction where they have women XXX, men XXY, and all kinds of stuff. It's just, they're still man or woman, just mess up cells.
You need a doctor in front of Gangster. Dr. Gangster Ghost in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah. they only can find out by a special like bone marrow thing to find out if they have that.
Yeah, science is crazy, huh?
Cause a lot of problems. Yeah. And there are all kinds of birth effect, but for people born as most born, it, where does that make them interspecies or something?
No, they're like an
They
alien
try to
gangster.
say that people born with extra parts that resemble the other gender's part, but it's radically different. They try to say they're intersex or something, but they're not.
Is there a new category gangster?
It's just man or woman with a birth.
Ah, well, that answers that then.
Yeah. Hers.
Read out loud to the class, gangster. No, just kidding.
Who's Thomas Cook?
Thomas Crooks is a shooter. He's a mass shooter.
Sounds like a guy.
to assassinate Trump.
Sounds like a guy
Yeah.
from Revolutionary War time too.
Oh, he said you look like him.
I don't know.
And you smell like 1, 2. No, just
Oh,
kidding.
you look more like Father Charles.
Get Father Charles up here, gangster. Us
yeah, we
Catholics got some questions for Father
need
Charles.
Father
No, I'm kidding.
Charles.
I sent him a link, both on email and Facebook.
Father Charles. He's a busy man. He's probably offering communion today. Maybe doing some confessionals.
Yeah, I
He's a
sent
bit-
him a link.
Yeah, he's a good little guy, huh, gangster? Hey, nice job co-hosting yesterday too, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Wow. I also sent a link to Jess.
Good.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Jess. He says he takes like 5 hours
it?
at church on Sunday. He likes to mingle around after.
Yeah, Gangsta Ghost.
Does he?
Just wanted to say, if you can see the difference as we Catholic and Orthodox, you see how peaceful we're dialoguing. I wanted to keep it that way.
Yeah. That's like, I really appreciate the idea. I said, man, this is gonna be so cool. Also, I see Dustin Buck says Oran Orthodox. I know he misspelled that, but Orans, Orans, actually is
A prayer position.
prayer position, exactly like the Theotokos is doing.
Yeah. So, don't you just got me and AJ going, Daniel? That's a whole thing in the Catholic Church. I don't know about the Orthodox Church.
Oh, it is.
So,
It is for us too.
our priests have like things they're supposed to say and do during liturgy, and one of that is their praying posture is this. And for some reason, it wasn't when I was a kid. I never saw this, but nowadays, so many people like to do this also during like the Our Father and stuff. And the laity is supposed to just have prayer hands. So we're slowly trying to catechize people because you have like a whole wave of people doing like the kind of like the Protestant version or a lower, even just the orange. But yeah, because from my understanding, that's the priest gathering in our prayers to offer up to the Lord. That's kind of like the position he's holding.
For us, they're allowed to. Laity is also allowed to. I see some parishioners do it, especially in the back of the church. They typically do it there, where they're not, seen, but like they're doing it because it is a prayer position. And I will actually do it during one part when he says, "Let's lift our hearts up to the Lord."
I do that. Well, I literally do this. Yeah, I point up. Yeah, with my arms. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, though. It is beautiful. And the people that hold hands, we're not supposed to be holding hands in prayer either.
Yeah, I keep my hands to myself during the Our Father.
Do you do the praying posture, AJ?
Yeah, I either do that or just bow my head.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Pray like that. Yes.
Oh.
But yeah, I try. I like a little piety. A little piety goes a long way, I find.
Yeah.
There was some little baby girl. She must have been like 4 years old. Her and her parents were a few rows in front of me and my family. And my sister and mother said, that girl was infatuated with you. She kept staring at you. And then she looked at her father. kind of like make sure her father was doing the things I was doing. I didn't notice, but I guess it was funny.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah, you know. I'll tell you, I don't know about you guys' churches, but there's so many families with like people your age to me and Daniel's age, AJ, with families, and it's just beautiful to see. So they're younger families with growing little armies, and they seem to be growing them in the proper way. So while we got away from it with some generations, we seem to be getting right back to where we left off. So God willing, in 20, 30 years, the Catholic Church, as our parents knew it, will be back.
Yes, amen. Amen.
Oh, yeah. I friended Jess on Facebook.
Oh, good.
He's a busy guy. What is Sandman too Protestant to be allowed to be on the Orthodox Catholic stream? Just kidding, Sandy. I'm just kidding, Sandy.
I sent him a invite on email.
Oh, okay, he did make the cut. Yeah.
Sent a link to Clay too on Facebook.
Is the link what we see at the top of the screen in the browser? Like, can we share that and that will bring people?
Yeah, I think so. If you have a hard time,
I just sent AJ the one I was.
I can send one to Gretchen. Gretchen is Orthodox.
Oh, I love Gretchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love her passion. She brought her Judaism roots right into it, and I appreciate that about her.
I put a link in the private chat to the show for you.
It's in the private chat.
Make it easier for you. Yeah. David, what would you do if you find out there's witchcraft in the church?
I would inform a deacon, and he would get rid of that. So witchcraft is. So here's a cool little story, gangster, because there's a lot of people who claim, probably you Orthodox too, that we worship Mary. I'm sure you guys have heard that, right? So a little known fact is it's an excommunicable offense to worship Mary, obviously, right? So there was a group of nuns, I want to say it was in like 2015. It was around like the Louisiana area, and they were there was a little convent of them, and it was found out that they were worshiping Mary. I think there was like 7 or 11 of them, and the Pope excommunicated them. So while I'm sure you can be a professing Catholic doing things like touching underage children, worshiping Mary, worshiping statues, but if it's found out, you are excommunicated, because you can't do. It'd be like if it's found out you're a Freemason attending Catholic Church, you would be excommunicated. So you have to believe certain things to be part of the family of Christ, and you can't do certain things to allow to be remaining in the body.
Well, if your name is Mason and you're for free. Oh, sorry.
That was good. So that's a new joke. I've been waiting for a new joke to add to your special. I gotta write these down for you, gangster, so you can perform it.
But what if they're not a Freemason? What if they charge?
Gangster.
Is that for the comedy special?
Yeah. What if they're not a Freemason?
Yeah. But
so today is the Super Bowl, and so I hope everybody is praying for the safety of Donald Trump today. Also, I heard from one of the parishioners that today is the biggest day for prostitution and child trafficking, because unfortunately during these Super Bowl parties, a lot of prostitutes and children are trafficked. So I think it's a good day to also pray for their safety, and for repentance as well. Protection and repentance, and also many people overdose today from different drugs. So this is a huge in America. This is a huge. It's almost like a holiday, really, a holiday with no holiness. So a lot of people having idolatry for sports, unfortunately. So I hope everybody kind of joins today in prayer in whatever way that you're comfortable with, to pray for those folks.
Speak. Yeah, definitely pray. I love that universal prayer, and definitely good. But speaking on the sports, I did a poll on who will win the Super Bowl, and the 4 options were the Eagles, the Chiefs, Christians shouldn't watch sports, and I couldn't care less. And most everyone's I couldn't care less. So that's good. That's good. A lot of Christians that instead of voting, they're like sports, no sports. So yeah,
Yeah,
as
that's
you were
good.
saying.
And hey, at least there won't be too much attention on Taylor Swift. If Trump's there, I guess they'll be focusing more on him.
Yeah, and he is going to be there. How? Yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's a good sign for him to, because that's like a woke realm. They got really woke.
Yeah.
But as it seems, a lot of things in culture, they seem to be backpedaling the sports. They took the end racism off. The commercials are more American culture centered as opposed to like new age postmodern. So those are all kind of good things. They are keeping the black national anthem though, which I just can't do with that. I
Yeah.
love all the black people. Like my national anthem's the American national anthem because I'm American.
What is
Yeah.
the Black National Anthem?
Do you know, AJ? I don't even know what it's called, but it's
I have
just
no clue.
the
That's a
fact
good
that you
thing.
have 2 national anthems for one country. That's just goofy.
No, we just have one nation.
Under
Under
God.
God.
Amen.
Indivisible. Liberty and justice for all.
I guess they don't do that anymore in schools, do they? I heard they don't stand up and pledge allegiance.
Oh man, that was huge for me. I remember one time my teacher just started busting out laughing because I was carrying a chair at the time, and they're just like, "Everyone's stand for the pledge of allegiance." I just dropped my chair and was like, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America." And you're
Yeah.
just like, "What are you doing?" They like that. That is so crazy. I'm like, "I'm supposed to pledge for the allegiance." He's like, "Yeah, but it's just you don't have to drop the chair."
Oh, well, actually, do you think some people say people worship football? What would you say to someone who asks you the difference between honor? What's it called? Not worship Mary,
Venerating,
but honor
honoring.
her. Yeah, and worship. What would you say
Oh,
to them?
so
Tell them the
so
difference.
veneration means respect. So are you respecting sports? If you're respecting the sports, that's a different thing,
No,
right?
it's more of
I
a
respect the sports. I respect what they're doing up there. But worship means that you're devoted to it in your heart. It's constantly dwelling in your heart, and you're like, I want to do
adoring it.
everything for that. Yeah.
You missed it. I went on. I was on whose stream? I forget who's. Oh, Azzo's. So I joined Azzo's stream, and Deviant came on, and we had like a 40-minute talk. It was really interesting about. She thinks that I'm misusing the word zealot, and she said it. She said it always bothers her when we're on streams together. So she wanted to mention it, but it was just a really good conversation. Because she's like, well, a zealot to me is like a fanatic, and I'm like, well, I don't see them as interchangeable because like I wouldn't say like I'm a fanatic for God or it's the fanatics den, but it was funny. We were just having like a vernacular conversation, and then an atheist came on, right, and she was telling me that it's a negative to be zealous for God. So I asked her if she believed in God, and she's like, I don't want to tell you. And I'm like, well, I feel like that has merit to this conversation because if you don't believe in God, then you would think that it's bad, but I think that it's good. But yeah, it was a funny conversation about zealotry.
Hi, Jess.
Hey,
What's up, Badger Snake Productions?
how you
How are
doing?
Good.
Oh, you're using Restream again. I got it.
You know it. Hey, wait till you guys see AJ. Mr. Mod says you're gonna hook Zealous Den up with the intro like gangsters. I'm excited.
Oh, that's
Nice.
nice.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mod.
And Jimmy, be assured, I saw your chat. I did pray for you.
Thank you, little guy. Jess, how was service today?
Long. There was a lot going on today. We had our church meeting about like the finances and stuff, and a meal after, and yeah, I just got back not too long ago. But beautiful. Just tired.
Yeah. You didn't get
Yeah.
a chance to take that nap, huh?
None of us did.
There's just a lot of stress in the
45.
household right now because my son's struggling a little bit with school and stuff, and we have a meeting tomorrow. So hopefully everything goes well and we can figure something out.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hope he's
Yeah.
all right.
You know who struggled with school for a relatively smart person? Me.
Yeah.
A lot of it was just my kind of boyish. I didn't sit like the whole boys were rambunctious and we.
Yeah. I honestly, I wish I had started working harder on the social media stuff sooner. Maybe at this point I'd be in a situation where I could just homeschool them myself. But yeah, it's just a struggle for boys in school because schools are set up really for girls.
Well, not only that, we grew up in the No Child Left Behind. So like you couldn't move on until everyone in the class got it. So like I'd get it right away. I'd fly through the thing and then I'm like, all right, what's next? And they'd be like, well, go help someone else figure it out because we can't move on yet. And I'd be like, what? Like it just, as you said, it was so boring and drawn out. And yeah, you could learn so much more by the time you're 18 in a efficient way than how they do it.
Yeah. I mean, if I had, I'm Orthodox, Dustin. If I had my way, like I would have my own business going already, and I would want to, by the time he was 16, just have him riding along with me and kind of doing what he needs to kind of learn what he needs to, but just actually get actual experience out in the field would be good. I wish I had a dad that cared enough about me to do that for me.
My dad was a bricklayer and he wanted us to do it. One of my brothers did, but also he's like, bricklaying's going out of style. It's one of the trades that like there used to be a lot more brick buildings, but not as much no more. But yeah, like a buddy of mine does construction and we used to kind of like not make fun of him, but we're like, oh, you know, the stupid people do construction and stuff. And now he's like the richest one, hardest working one, most experienced, knowledgeable, useful.
Yeah. Well, my son's 10 years old and he already knows how to weld. I mean, he's a smart kid. Yeah.
That's cool.
Practical skills. Yeah. It's
yeah.
But another cool thing, there seems to be a lot more traditional people or people who are looking to homeschool. So then it's easier to find other people who are doing that, and it takes the burden off of you. Like only one mother, or the mothers can share throughout the week, or and stuff like that, instead of having just all your time and resources.
We have a homeschool co-op through our church too. So.
Yeah, that's popular too. We do that. So one day a week, I think it's like Wednesdays or one at noon, the church comes to the Regina Catholic or something, comes to the church and does attends mass. And sometimes you don't notice, they sit in the back, but like after mass, they'll sing like a Salve Regina or something, and it's just like beautiful. Just like it's like reminds me of the Home Alone, just like the orchestra of the singing choir. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, our choir's growing, man. Our choir is bigger. Like, man, like 5 years ago, we're now 3 times bigger than we were as a choir. That's pretty cool. And we professionally recorded a liturgy, and it'll be the first actual mixed down, professionally recorded, just very thoroughly mastered liturgy that will be available online. So that's going to be super cool.
Wow, your church is doing that? That's pretty neat.
Yep.
So I can look forward to hearing an Antiochian liturgy, like all the way
Antiochian through. With the Russian influence. Yeah.
It
would be cool.
Why don't you join the Antiochian Den?
Oh, I'm OCA all the way, baby. We're gonna get a patriarch.
At least you would get a patriarch if you became Antiochian.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing.
Are you a fatherless parish?
We're autocephalous. We're autocephalous. So. We were granted that by the Russians, and one day we will have a patriarch, and then Badger Snake and everybody else, they're probably going to become one with us.
Which I don't have a problem with, and it won't be too much of a culture shock for my church, except for we have strong Lebanese roots in our parish, so that'll still be there. But who knows?
We have strong Eritreans in ours, you know.
Yeah.
OCA is a melting pot, so that's going to be the beauty of the American diocese, is we're going to have a lot of diversity.
Can either of you care to explain?
CSAL. My wife works and I work. So that would be a lot of extra stress on her. And it's already stressful enough for her to get him to do his homework and stuff. So I don't know. We're trying to figure that out. I'm trying to step up more and help with those things.
Pray to Saint Joseph.
Yeah.
Do either of you care to explain to us Catholics what autocephalous? I'm not quite sure what that
Means
is.
self-ruling. So we aren't beholden to any patriarch.
Like Baptists. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, my only question. So my only question
Oh,
is.
come on! I couldn't resist.
So how does that work in the in the hierarchical? Like, so does your priest not answer to anyone, or does he ultimately
He answers to the bishop?
Ultimately, though, don't they sort of quasi answer to Rocor?
No,
not at all.
Has basically become one with us. I mean,
so you have American bishops, but not patriarchs.
Correct.
Oh.
And we have archbishops as well.
Oh, okay. I was thinking patriarch, bishop, interchangeable. I get you.
Yeah, and it's like divided up by which which area of the country you're in. So like who my priest answers to would be Mark, and he controls Philadelphia and Eastern Pennsylvania, and we also have a metropolitan, which is above the bishops, and that's like the highest for us is the metropolitan.
Mm.
Yeah, we just got a new archbishop this year. I was retired after the guy who confirmed me finally retired, and my sister's confirming this year. So she just missed getting confirmed by the same bishop I did, or cardinal. He's a cardinal. And then the cool thing, you guys probably aren't too interested in this, but the cardinal who confirmed me in 2004 and 2006 was in the top 6 candidates for Pope. He went to the Vatican and was in the top 6 running. So I was rooting for him. I'm like, I could say I was baptized, confirmed by the Pope. He didn't get it. Benedict won that one, but I thought that was super cool. Because as you guys know, there's so many archdioceses in the world that the one that I live in happens to be top 6 voters, people. Yeah. That close, Daniel. That close.
Dustin keeps asking. That's the 3rd time Dustin has asked that. Dustin, Jess is Orthodox.
So this is funny because usually I can't. Usually I don't pay attention to the stream, and I love the chat, but I haven't even looked. What are they saying? I've just been.
I think he's
enjoying the stream.
I think Justin doesn't like me, and he didn't realize that I was Orthodox, and so he doesn't want me to be in there, and he's feeling butthurt
because he can and
that
you
I'm
are
here and he's not.
Yeah, he's really.
Hey, you can convert, Dustin. Catholic, you can always convert, brother. We'll take you.
Justin, right. Just take a couple years and join the Orthodox Church, and we'll have you on.
Oh man.
Yeah, and I want to respond to is it Lupin Tupin? He said it's weird, but I mean, Gangsta Ghost opens it up for. I've seen shows as Protestants alone. I've seen that before. So why can't Catholics and Orthodox have their own shows?
Yeah, and I do appreciate
would
that.
Would you allow a former Eastern Orthodox to come in here who's now an Orthodox Jew?
Oh, that's a tricky question, huh?
Well, honestly, I've always wanted to get him to come on one of the streams so you guys can question his mindset about why he became a Jew after being Orthodox.
Well, if not,
you're going backwards in time.
I'd like to get him onto Burning Bushes, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. You could interview him about it. Let me see if he wrote me back.
Hey, AJ, I'm just glad all the baptized Catholics don't realize that once a Catholic, always a Catholic until you renounce it. So they can be like, I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I'm a Catholic. Can I get up there?
Oh, don't say that.
But
Dustin, that's not what's happening, and just to like accuse us of that is ridiculous because the Proverbs guys try to force Logan to close his stream so someone might go over there and watch their show. So
exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I appreciate this stream, Gangsta. It probably had a little bit to do with me, just not being able to deal with some of the people that come on here and are just so vehemently spiteful towards the Catholics. So you get Gangsta sent a little olive branch to show his love for me, as I got for him. So I do appreciate it, Gangsta. Yeah, it's just because as AJ said, it's a cordial. So this is a place where us Orthodox and Catholic can come without being berated or accused of believing things we don't believe or asking to defend our beliefs. We can just be peaceful, spread some cheer and the love of Christ with our buddy Gangsta. Because a lot of it, I don't know about you guys, I love hanging out with Gangsta. I love being on his streams, but some people make it insufferable.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'd love to hang out with Gangsta, but these people make it hard. That's why I'm like, you can come into my show, Gangsta, but sometimes when some people are on here, I just can't be hanging with you.
Do you want me to email Sandman that link?
So I appreciate
Yeah,
what Gangsta
yeah.
was doing.
I'll do
And
that.
as most people said, most of the days of the week, it's the same people on here talking to. So yeah, that's not bad for every now and again to just get a different group.
And it's a good opportunity to see how people can actually get along if they have I don't know, a similar social fabric, like how we're not just being spiteful and arguing over every little thing.
Yeah, so remember to hit that like button so to show Gangsta that you like these streams.
Smash that like button.
Show a Catholic and Orthodox some love.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, I can't find his.
So Gangsta, you excited for your vacation coming up? Oh,
Here we
Gangsta
go.
left the stream. He's Fortniting it up.
Yeah, Dustin doesn't seem to understand that this was actually Gangster Ghost's idea. Nobody
Yeah.
told him to do this.
But it does show that you think that Logan can just be easily manipulated.
That's a really good point, Jess, because I
Exactly.
tell Logan to watch out for disingenuine people who may be using him for his platform that gets more eyes than theirs. But yeah, that's well said, Jess.
Hold on one sec.
Yeah. Dustin, you can you can come on a different day and do your profanity and all that stuff that Logan so graciously puts up with. He knows that.
Sometimes
I
Logan
don't.
won't even be on the stream, and he comes back and he's like, "What happened?
Yeah. Where'd everyone go?"
But yeah, that's the problem with some people. Like he gives us the platform to hang out and have fun, and if he leaves for 2 seconds, they like destroy his house.
Yeah.
He's the one who has people come over his house. He's like, "Oh, I'm running to the store real quick," and he comes back and his window's broken, and it's like...
Yeah, because I don't think Gangster Ghost likes to see people fight. Like, I know he's always been very kind to me afterwards when he wants to make sure that I'm okay when I leave, when I'm upset. I'm like, hey, I'm out of here. Like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, I have other things I can be doing right now. And he always is very kind and is just like, "Are you okay, little guy?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Yeah, Logan just likes to bust chops and laugh, have a good time. He's not a very hateful guy. He's a very likeful guy. He likes all three.
Man, Dustin's really upset.
Yeah, he is.
He's super upset. I'll pray for him.
Yeah,
you guys want to do a live prayer for Dustin right now while he's listening?
Yeah. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, you have taught us through your life-creating word to pray for each other. And we ask that you please send the Holy Spirit to Dustin Buck and help him to feel at ease, feel the peace that is your love, and to dwell in him, and for him to have a relationship with you, Lord, to further a connection that will lead to a life everlasting with the saints. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
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 I'm glad you got the peace in there. That's what I was praying for Dustin, specifically. Little peace for my brother.
Yeah, just some peace, Don't take it so personally, And I could do a better job of not hammering him about the profanity and all that. Like, sorry for begrudging you like that.
And I
Dustin, know
apologize, like, that I antagonize sometimes. That's like, I don't know why I antagonize people so much, but I do. It's probably because my stepdad did it to me so much growing up.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
want
funny
people to feel
being
bad.
changed because
Yeah.
like on Terry's stream sometimes there's some people in the chat that it's I guess it's not almost sinful because I see some of the things that they can say or do, and I remember when I was like that, and reminiscing in a way, or almost like, oh, that's fun to be able to do, but I can't do it anymore. So but it notices the change instead of piggybacking on or joining in with them. I'm like, I used to be able to do that or
Yeah.
say
Do you ever feel that
that.
pull, like, when people start doing something you used to do, like, all the time, and you're like, "Ooh, I gotta get out of here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if it's something, yeah, especially if it's something more dangerous or tempting than that. If I was tempted like that to participate, or even if I do start to, and I see it, or sometimes AJ will point it out to me. I'm being a little less Catholic than I should be. Then I'm like, yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Either get out of
Yeah.
there or pray or whatever I have to do.
Well, and then, like, I mean, then you have to deal with people saying you think you're, like, better than them or something. You're like, "No, I'm trying to just be better than old me. That's what I'm trying to be better than, not you." You know?
So that's a good point because
That's a very good
I
point.
get that a lot. I not as much lately, but I used to. You think you're holier than thou and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
I find
No, I'm an awful
because
person.
I see a lot of
I'm
people like
just
that. I used
trying.
to be
Yeah.
like that. That's
Just
a
trying.
projection thing. From my
Yeah.
experience, most of the people that say that, it's because you're just being a good person. So for them to think that, it's almost like they know they could be better.
Oh,
But yeah,
so
because that is a
oh, sorry. David, I have a so they think you're better than yourself.
No, I'm saying, okay, so sometimes you're like, maybe you're around somebody that's cussing a lot, and you used to have a really bad problem with cussing yourself, and you don't want to do it anymore, and you just feel kind of uncomfortable. It's not because you think you're better than that person.
But
It's
yourself.
because you're just trying not to fall back into that sin.
Yeah, and not only that, but
No,
or
I mean
maybe you
yourself.
correct them or you offer some like, oh, maybe you
I try
shouldn't do
not
that.
to.
Then they're like,
Yeah.
oh, you think you're better than me because you don't swear or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you say you think you're better than
I'm trying to be
yourself.
better than my old
You're better
self.
than
You know, I would hope that if I take the grace that Christ gives me, that I can somehow transform.
See, that saying now makes sense.
Yeah.
Now. When I used to say, "Why do you think you're better than yourself?"
Amen,
tried.
gangster. Hey.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, absolutely.
someone told a wise man told me that one time that instead of trying to compare yourself to other people, just compare yourself to the man you were yesterday. And that brings you peace, and you're not as judgy, and you slowly progress. Because as long as you're better than the man you were yesterday, that's a win. Doesn't matter if you're as good as this guy or not as good as this guy. It's as long as you're better than the man you were yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, we are just coming into Lent, so we're already starting to talk about, the Pharisees. And next week for the new calendars, Jess, you're in new calendars, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so next week we have
Speaking of calendars, Sandman, I sent you a link in your Gmail.
Sandy in the chat. Sandy, welcome,
Good
brother.
calendar.
Hop up on here.
But yeah, we are going to be fast free next week, and it's because the Pharisee, what he prayed in the temple, this was his prayer. God, thank you that I'm not like this person. Thank you that I am more righteous than this tax collector over here. I fast twice a week, and I give proper tithing. And that was his prayer that he offered to the Lord of the universe, is like, thank you that I'm better than these other people. And he lost his reward because he was arrogant. But the tax collector who beat on his chest and said, forgive me, Lord, I'm a sinner. He was the one who got a blessing because God saw the contriteness in his heart.
Yeah.
So we have to be careful that we don't like look at other people that way and be like, yeah, well, let's use Dustin. I'll use Dustin specifically here because it'll work well.
Well, he's right here just complaining right there. So there you go on the
Yeah,
side of the
like,
screen.
oh, thank God that I'm not like Dustin. I that would be a sin to say that.
Yeah.
It's Lord, forgive me because I provoked Dustin, like I could have been more gracious about that. I could have been like, "Hey, Dustin, look, I love you, brother, but I Gangster has this idea to have only the Catholics and Orthodox on for a sake of peace, just to show people what it can look like when people
And it's
come
way
up
more
here."
chill,
Yeah, it's more of a
Yeah.
chill
not
stream.
stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I enjoy streams like these, and the ones that are just
But
arguing or
the girl
stupidness.
Protestants, honestly, I don't really have a big problem with most of the girl Protestants. Like they don't
Very
act
good
like
point.
that.
They're either actually traditional for
Yeah.
or conservative in their ways. Yeah, that's actually that's a funny point that you say that, because that
Yeah.
is very true.
I feel like Terry's kind of the archetype there, right?
Oh
Like
yeah, Terry's good.
Yeah,
Good
even
people.
Terry's
C-Cell
like
too.
that guy.
he acts like a lot of the Orthodox women I know.
Yeah, C-Cell is very Catholic as far as her lifestyle, like her marriage and beliefs and stuff.
Oh, I have a question. What about
And they got love for us, and they stick up for us when they be bashing the ortho bros and the cats.
Yeah.
What's up, gangsta?
What about Achilles? He's Orthodox Protestant.
Yeah. He can be cool too. I can have some good conversations with Achilles for sure. And I've
Yeah.
actually had good conversations with Dan Pazzi as well.
Are once saved, always saved Orthodox allowed in this stream?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to parishioners today about that because they went to Bible colleges and they were Calvinists and they were 5-point Calvinists, and we're just talking about total depravity.
Shout out to Maud.
And how like
Are there no point Calvinists?
well, in some ways they get 0 points because it's a stupid game. They surround theology with logic, but they have this idea of you have righteousness imputed to you, because they basically throw up their hands and say, I can't do anything good. I am always going to be a monster. Only God can work goodness in me, and even when I do bad, it's not my fault. And so they get into this place of like idleness and self-depreciation, and they don't realize that we are not our sins. This is the most important thing for people to hear, and I'm sure Catholics. I don't know if Catholics actually agree with this or not. This might be a deviation between the Orthodox and the Catholics, but we say you are not your sin. You're not. God made you good. And what the church does is it gives you healing. We're not actually responsible. We're not guilty for these things. We're sick.
Yes.
We're sick from the fall.
Yes, Catholics would
Can
agree.
you
Yes.
change into your if you go?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. It's just I thought it was worded
Do it.
oddly. But yeah, no, we would agree.
Love you.
What do we say? The God calls us by our name, and the devil calls us by our sin.
Yes.
Jess, have you ever heard that that we are not our sins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the devil, well, yeah, because the devil tries to make us think that we are. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. The accuser, right? And that's why that's why we should avoid accusing other people, right? Because that's what Satan does. Satan more than anyone loves to keep a record and accuse you of your record. And so yeah, we shouldn't be accusing other people and nailing more burden to other people, because they may not be aware of it, but they have more burden than they think. And just being able to kind of come alongside them and help them or show them hope or overcome things, and show them just through example that they can overcome things, and that's the way we should be. Agreed, AJ.
Agreed, AJ. Yeah, it's yeah. So I do appreciate that, gangster. Hopefully, you can do this more often. Because it is.
This should be every
nice.
single day. Gangster goes every day. Should
Until Logan's Orthodox, and this is just an Orthodox stream.
No, it is though, because it's pretty peaceful and joyful here. And our hearts are pretty good intended. So yeah, it is nice to not have to
Oh,
argue or debate or get into what's up, gangster.
could someone ever be an Orthodox Catholic or Catholic Orthodox or Catholic?
Yeah, so we
Yeah,
both
that's
would
what
say that.
Silas is. It makes you say
Well, no,
really
so
long sentences.
Daniel's a big O Orthodox, little C Catholic. I'm a
Yeah.
big C Catholic, little O Orthodox.
Okay.
Well, it's
I'm just a big
true.
O.
The Catholics they say that they're Orthodox in the sense that they're doing correct worship, and we say
Correct.
we're Catholics because we believe we're the one universal church.
Correct.
So one day I believe if we're gonna throw around the word predetermination, not predetermination, predestined. I think we're predestined to rejoin because we were once one. We're going to return to one. God wants us to be one, as He and the Father and the Son are one, and I look forward to that day. I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime. I don't know if the time is right for it, but in the meantime, as laity, we're brothers and sisters in Christ.
Yeah, I believe we could all agree that we would all say that a proper Christian, a proper Christian is an Orthodox Catholic, however you shake it, but you should be part of the Catholic Church and you should practice Orthodox worship. So yeah, you should be both.
Yeah.
Not in the sense of both churches, but in the sense of the practicing out of the faith. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if someone's a Catholic?
Yeah, that's
pretty sure
deviant, isn't she?
Terry might be too. She likes her cat a lot.
Do they put the cat in Catholic?
That's probably exactly what she's doing.
A catholic.
Cataholic.
Cataholic.
Love them cats. Meow.
Oh,
I've started getting enough reach on my channel that I'm now getting haters.
Oh, you've reached that stage. See, this is why I was telling you, like, be careful about your information. You don't want to be orthodoxed.
Yeah.
So I've done this thing where I've noticed that like people with way more subscribers will have similar live stream viewers as me, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Because it's more personable. But then I was on Ozos yesterday, and he has like less than 100, and he has the same amount of viewers as me. So I was like, oh, that's the opposite. Now he's having but it's because you could a lot of times you see someone with so many subscribers, and then like no one's like 3 people are watching their live stream, and it's like, well, where are all the people that like them?
Well, it's also like I live streamed last night, and I got maybe 3 or 4 watchers, but I don't really live stream that often. It's my shorts that gets all my views. So
yeah, it tells you that in the analytics. Like, what do people like? Do they like your videos? Do they like your shorts, or do they like your lives? Right now, I have a careful balance where like everyone seems to be engaging with all 3 right now, which is good. But there was a time where like the live streams weren't very popular, but the videos still were. It can happen.
My method is I give the people what I got, and I'm a live stream kind of guy because I'm just like authentic and raw. And when I try to do like scripted stuff, it just looks so phony and like forced, and it's more time intensive. So I find it. It's, and I don't want to give people anything other than what I am, you know.
I'm 3 subs away from 1,700.
Oh,
nice.
102 days, man.
Ortho pros are taking over the internet.
Right.
My goal when I first started, I just wanted 100 people. So I'm already past my goal. I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
I like just being in I like triple digits in the views for live streams, and I like having like 10 concurrent or more viewers on live streams. I feel like that's a great place to be, because once you go beyond that, once you get to 20, 30, the chat you can't really pay attention to anymore. It just goes too fast.
I get up to around 10 average now, and yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. When I was at like 7, I was like, oh, come on, a few more people would be nice if they watched me. But yeah, 10, I'm happy.
News clips, and I set them up, and I subtitle them, and write the descriptions, and I'll put like 4 to 5 together, and they just automatically go out throughout the day and get views. So
one of my favorite things is I'll just like do prayers. The shorts, I was doing them before. I'll just like say the Our Father or the Act of Contrition. And then I put that into a short algorithm, and I love just seeing people who respond nicely, or they like it, or because it's just putting godly things out into the people's algorithms.
Yeah, sometimes shorts are great. Like if you have just a thought and you're like, I have this great thought, but I'm not sure if I really have time to do a live stream. I just want to do like a 15-second where I just say it, and see if it hits.
Yeah, my stream I did last night was kind of like me flipping out a little bit about Project Mockingbird Part 2, and I was like showing. I can't remember who told me. They were like, "You should show ground news." I think Clay said that. But I was just going through ground news articles and like, hey, look at this versus this, and this is what the right's talking about, but the left doesn't talk about it, and this is what the left's talking about, but the right doesn't talk about it. I'm like, maybe we could just get like a more complete picture of things, and people seem to be responding to that. They're actually commenting about it anyway.
You're getting rather political on yours, Jess, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what everybody is thinking about right now. We're in this huge shift, right? And a lot of people are. I'm just trying to put more clips and news clips and get them to spread, just so it doesn't get drowned out. The message doesn't get drowned out as much, because you know how moderated media goes.
Yeah, I'll try to use cultural things that have Catholic impacts.
Yeah.
So like feminism is against the God's marriage system. So I'll like, if I see something about feminism going away, or
yeah, definitely
stuff like that, I'll try to how it's good for.
And that's by
Catholicism.
design too. That's by design, because if both members of the household are working, then they can tax you twice as much, right? And then inflation goes up and all that, and
wages go down.
Yeah, we pay more for less every year, and I think
one that I feel like a lot of
I'm
people
against.
forget is it also it averages, like, then women and men are making the same. And while that sounds great, women care about what men make. We don't care about what women make.
No.
So if they have like similar or almost as much assets as you're not just so, unless you're in the top percentage of money makers for men, it definitely skews the dating market.
Didn't George Clooney married like a waitress, didn't he? Like he married a broke waitress, and it's just like, it's because she was pretty and she was a nice person.
Well, the values, we definitely value different things in a significant other, men and women.
Yeah.
We want a Mother Mary, and they want a Saint Joseph. Ideally, I know they want the bad boys and stuff, but like, I'm sure if you ask a woman, she would want a provider, a protector, honest guy, kind of like Saint Joseph.
Women are like tricked into liking bad men because they see the confidence, and that's what they're attracted to.
Well,
yeah,
the world
they
tries to tell you that good men are
yep.
soft and non-confrontational, and basically like they try to convince the world that good men are nerdy guys that make a lot of money and lavish whatever attention onto the woman. But that's a turnoff to a lot of women. Just money is not going to keep a relationship going.
No, but money does cure a lot of people's pains or problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once.
Oh, that's a great comment right there from Sally. Women have a really hard time understanding they don't have to be the guy they want to date.
Oh, interesting.
Good. Yeah, the man's supposed to be your rock, like the place where you can feel safe, and you can trust him. You can trust that he knows how to steer the boat.
And we don't mind doing the hard stuff and sifting through all the crap to do good things and accomplish things so that you can kind of chill and be yourself and do what you do. Like, we don't mind. We enjoy that. We enjoy coming home to this like little oasis that we've created, where our kids are just happy to see us and run into our arms. That's all the payment we're looking for. Is for you to be happy.
Daddy's home. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even have like a wife or kids, but even just seeing my mother or a sibling or a friend, if I could help somebody or do someone a solid, that brings me joy. Not That's the benefit I get, not actual benefits or monetary. You know.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, here's a lot of crazy stuff out there. They think that genders differ from your sex. That's nonsense.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get any arguments from us Orthodox and Catholics over here. We're
Yeah,
we're right
and you-
there with you, Gangster Ghost.
Yeah. What did Logan say?
He said there's like, and this is in scholasticism. I remember going to college, and part of my literary criticism classes was a queer theory, LGBTQ queer theory, and it's like they believe gender is different than sex. And I remember one time it was a Chinese professor that we had, and he said, what do you think defines a man versus a woman? And I raised my hand, and he's like, all right, Daniel, what do you think? And I was like, well, a man has a penis and a woman has a vagina. And he just gave me this smirk, and like half the class was like laughed, and the other class like scolded and like looked at me like with their heat raised, and they're just
Amazing.
and I was a liberal at that time, but I still was just like, well, that's what it is, and it was like, oh, well, that's an acceptable answer, but there's also this idea, and it's just like, well, gender's really a social norm, and like it can really be anything.
Not.
Yeah.
Okay, well, since we're Catholics and Orthos, can I ask everyone, were any of us liberal? And if so, when did you change?
Okay, I'll go first. I was a liberal up until I entered the workforce.
Which was like a decade or more ago?
Yeah. I graduated in 2012, and I got into...
Oh, wow. You're only like 30, Daniel?
I'm 34.
Okay. I thought we were the same age.
You look
Yeah,
like-
that's closer than... I thought you were a little younger by what you were saying, but that makes more sense.
Yeah. So I was a freelancer for about a year, and then I decided to get like a job that would pay consistently versus working kind of for myself.
And he keeps popping in and out.
I don't think I was ever liberal. I think there was a time where I thought I was like libertarian. Well, I used to tell people I'm a live and let live guy. But I wasn't really. I just thought I was. And that was only probably like 15 to 17. But yeah, I was kind of raised, and my dad was very conservative. And I've always kind of held. And I grew up Catholic. So like if you a properly raised Catholic should be some type of conservative, you know.
I tried to mix socialism and libertarianism together.
That's a trap.
Yeah, well, I tried to though. When I was young, I tried to.
So for me, I grew up in the 90s, and I was a Republican by default because that's what my household was. But as I started to be in bands and be influenced by other people my age, I became more liberal, especially when Bush started the war in Iraq. Because I didn't want to get sent overseas, and I'm like, oh my gosh, he's going to force us all to enlist, and that's what I was hearing, and then later when I moved to where I live now, I was surrounded by a lot of libertarians, right, and so I was surrounded by a bunch of libertarians, and I became more libertarian. But the problem that I ran into with the libertarians was I've always been anti-abortion because it's always been something that's been near and dear to my mom and my grandparents. And when I realized that the libertarians believed that abortion does not violate the non-aggression principle, I was like, can't do this. I can't do this. So I kind of walked away and became very apolitical and kind of moderate for a while. And then when I became Orthodox, now I'm a monarchist. I'm just like, I wish we could have a king that has godly values, and that's just how it is, because that's what the people need.
Orthodox always become monarchists in the end. Yeah, I think it's interesting when you say the NAP when it comes to abortion, because I have heard it like at least attempted for people who are pro-life to be like, well, what about the child's NAP? Like, don't you think being like murdered by your parents and the doctors, like, isn't that against their non-aggression principle?
Wait, what was that?
So I've heard libertarians try pro-life libertarians try to use NAP for the baby, the fetus.
Yeah, that's and that's kind of what I tried to do, but I got bullied by all the people who were in my circle over it, and they actually had the opposite thing of that. Oh, if you're a woman and a baby is entering your body, you're just defending yourself. That was their theory on it, and I thought that was so absolutely disgusting that I couldn't associate with them anymore. Also, they became obsessed with transgenderism and drug legality, and I'm just like, what? That was like when the Silk Road became big, and like they were just like, yeah, a lot of them are rich now. A lot of those guys I know that were in that group are rich because they were buying Bitcoin so that they could buy drugs on Silk Road. And then they just had a bunch of money left over when Silk Road closed down. And now they all paid off their houses with what they had sitting in their wallets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Gangster and AJ? Were you guys ever liberal?
Well, and I would say, like, in a true sense of the word, like a leftist, no, because leftists, they tend to support abortion. I think basically all of them support abortion, transgenderism. So never in that sense, just in a sense of, like, economically thinking about those things. But that was when I was, lukewarm in my faith. Things needed to be prioritized, like stopping abortion. For Catholics, that's the preeminent issue when it comes to deciding who to vote for. So that's when I really started to take it serious.
Yeah, good point. What about you, Gangster? Were you out of the womb conservative? Nice, my man, Gangster.
Man, he's really throwing a fit.
Yeah,
Poor
Dustin
guy.
says, I won't
Poor
join
little
Zealous
guy.
Den." He knows he's not even allowed on mine anymore, so I guess he's
Poor little guy.
taking
What did he
himself
do?
out
He
of-
was on there the other day.
What,
Well,
on Burning
speaking of
Bushes?
liberals,
Yeah.
maybe this is a good topic we could talk about as Catholics and Orthodox. So there's a Catholic YouTube channel who you actually know, AJ. We were friends and stuff. I met him on YouTube, and just from being friends on Facebook, I actually had to separate our friendships because he had very liberal viewpoints, and I found that was that he seemed to want the Catholic Church to go where I think is very problematic for the church, and I didn't see how we could hold both views and be friends and remain Catholic. So I had to depart the friendship. What's your guys' views on that?
You know what, that's one that's hard for me because I do typically tend to emphasize with people, and it's really hard for me to be friends with somebody who, like, everything they think is opposite and like almost an antithesis to what I think to an extreme. And whenever my ideas come up, they get just hostile. But nothing seems to hurt their feelings, but they just go out of their way to try to hurt mine. I can't be friends with someone like that.
Yeah, this one was specifically women bishops. They seem to be pro women bishops.
What a hill to die on.
And DEI. So I was like, that's like not very Catholic. So and all I could think of is the synod or a lot of Catholics trying to liberalize the church. And I'm like, that's the problem with the Catholic Church. So I can't be promoting counter beliefs to what I believe Catholicism is. That was my kind of thought process.
I mean, I feel like that, and like the thing that they're thinking DEI is, because it's definitely a lot more complicated and Marxist than they realize it is. It's a consolidation of power by using like special victim groups, and then like it just allows them to take over a system and dictate to them what they have to do to satisfy their ideas. And that's very different than like Martin Luther King Jr. saying, not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. These are two very different things, but there are a lot of people that think that DEI is just enforcing what Martin Luther King Jr. said, but honestly, it does the opposite.
I do love that we're bringing meritocracy back. I'm a big fan of meritocracy.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the opposite of DEI, really.
Yeah, I
essentially.
think to answer your question, I think it would be difficult for me to, if someone, for example, like they cannot acknowledge the two genders, something that should be just common sense. Like when Trump brought it, signed it in, I said, this is common sense. And people objected. I'm like, this is just really, it's really just has common sense and who doesn't have common sense. That's kind of what this show.
Sammy's got common sense, AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
There,
Clay.
there he is. You made the Zealous
Hey.
Den, Clay.
I didn't come on because it's like Catholic only and Orthodox.
Yeah.
You way to rub it
A
in.
lot more
We
peaceful.
We
isn't
just
it,
calmed the
Clay?
chat down. Now they're gonna get all riled up
Yeah.
again.
Clay, it's a lot more peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah. You don't have to deal with all the screaming Tims and Bruce Waynes and stuff.
Crying Tims.
Yeah. He's like,
Let-
Gigi, kick him. Kick him out of here.
Does he say that?
He said
Yeah,
that
I've
to
seen
me.
it
He
twice.
said,
I've seen it twice.
But
if you
Dan
don't
was
kick off
juicing him up.
Daniel, yeah, if you don't kick off
Dan
Daniel,
was
I'm never
juicing
coming
him.
back here again. I'm like, all right, I'll just leave.
Dan kept mocking him, and every time Tim would talk, Dan would go,
I waited a while to do that though, but man, I know that's probably not very edifying, but my goodness, it was
That's
funny.
so funny.
It was funny.
I
Dave.
can't imagine
I
Daniel
will give you
antagonizing someone. Oh, that's
I'm about to
hilarious.
piss my pants, so I was just
Don't
popping
do that.
in.
That's not very orthodox.
I just feel like the funny
Not
funny
very
you
pleased.
got wasn't worth the headache you were getting from doing it, Daniel. That was my old thought process.
Yeah.
Oh, my
We're here
God.
at the farm store. We got to get some shit for my tractor.
Hey Clay, have you ever seen that Toyota that costs $10,000 and it's like modular?
Yeah, it's called the
Toyota
Hilux Champ. It's called the Hilux Champ.
Yeah, it's based on the Hilux platform, but I was wondering if you'd seen them because they're like modular. You can build tiny homes on the back of them. You can make them into like chicken haulers and stuff.
Yeah, they have
They're
them in
so
the
cool.
Philippines, but I don't think
I think
they'll
it's called
ever
an
be available here.
IMV0. Let me find it.
Hey Clay, how's your new
so
how's your
cool.
new radio wire?
Good.
You didn't
Good.
like
Is
that
my
little nub
Bluetooth-
thing, huh?
The Bluetooth sounds a lot better in here, don't it, than the Toyota? The
It's not like
Toyota sounded
clipping
like,
or anything. Yeah, it sounds actually
Yeah.
clear.
but it's something about StreamYard as well. Cause like I could join Gigi's at home on my phone and it sounds great. And then when I'm on StreamYard with you or Terry, it's like terrible.
Interesting.
Well, I'm gonna find a clip of this thing with all the different configurations.
Hold on, I gotta show you guys this feature because I was telling Dan. So besides the self-driving crap,
Oh, the tailgate.
yeah, watch this shit. There's also a button in it.
Yeah, this is super cool. I wish my truck had this.
See, Sal, we love showing off our toys, us guys, don't we?
Look at that. It's got, was it hydraulic?
Let me find it.
I don't know what it is.
So cool.
It's coming in here.
I
don't
wish
know what
we
it
could.
is.
We can't get these in America though.
I know, but why would you
Oh, the
want that when you
Hilux?
could get? Why
Because it's
want
only
that when you
10. It's
get a
only
Chevy?
10 grand, and it's a diesel. It's like a high-powered diesel four banger.
Yeah,
Let me see.
you can
I'm
get them
trying
in
to
the
find-
Philippines.
Yeah, but
And
the craziest
bed-
thing is you can. Yeah, the bed is customizable, right?
Yeah, but even if you get the standard bed, the sides fold so it turns into a flatbed. So then you could haul like really big
So
stuff.
cool.
But in the Philippines, it's called the
It's
Hilux
also-
Champ.
It's also super minimal, and it only has what it needs to run. It doesn't have a bunch of complex like tools in the dashboard and stuff. It's got a speed gauge and it's a manual shift.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
It's super cool.
I'm kind of disappointed in Toyota because I bought into the hype when everyone's like, "Oh, they're the best," and got rid of my Chevy. Well, actually, at that time, I had a Ford F-150 to get a Toyota Tacoma. and it was like the most unsatisfied I've ever been with a vehicle. But
Well, the
I
Tacoma,
also I do a lot of
Tacoma is
towing.
basically a
Toyotas
crap
make-
Hilux. That's all it is.
Toyotas make the best cars, but their trucks suck.
Yeah,
Aren't
But
good,
these
sorry,
are good.
aren't good.
Like
As
the
Clay realized after he bought one.
Hilux. The Hilux is great.
Yeah, they make Camrys, Corollas, all their cars are great, but
even
no, I
their
wanna get a
cars,
Toyota truck.
like the truck, they're like, oh, it's great, it's reliable, and it's like, yeah, but like the interior is so basic, you don't get nice features. Because even if you
I
get
don't
like a
really
fully
care about
loaded,
all that stuff. If I have a truck, I just want it to start every time and get me around town.
Once you
Yeah.
get spoiled with these
Be
features,
able to
though,
haul
Jess,
stuff,
I don't
yeah.
know, man.
Give me
I
the
love
haul
it's
like
one of
remote
those
start.
things.
Yeah, the heated seats are so nice. The heated steering
That's not
wheel.
masculine. You don't need any
Until
of that.
until
Love it.
Monday or until Wednesday, I didn't realize how much I use a tailgate that opens with a button and closes with a button.
Yeah.
I like.
I'm carrying big
I had a truck.
sacks.
I had a truck for a while, and literally the tailgate was just attached by 2 chains, and you just turn a knob and open it.
It's on my old. I still have a Chevy and a Ford at home that are old, and they're like that. I got a
Yeah.
92 F-150, and then a 99.
Ship that thing up to
Yeah.
Boston. Ship it up to Boston. Hey,
Justin's so mad that we're talking about trucks right now.
That's the thing. Like non-Orthodox or Catholic people, they usually don't. They usually drive Honda Fits or like a
I know.
Prius. They drive.
The hatchback Tesla.
Tim wears a
my
cowboy hat.
They start-
Tim wears a cowboy hat to drive around in his Prius.
Cowboy hats and hoodies.
Oh no.
I'm just messing with you, Tim, since you're always messing with everybody.
Is he in there?
Yeah,
He's
I don't
probably
think-
is.
I don't
Yeah.
think Tim is watching right now.
I think he's watching right now, and right next to him, he's got a
He's
family-sized
wiping
jug
the
of
tears
lotion.
from his screen as Clay speaks. He's like,
He's got his cowboy hat on and a family-sized jug of like Vaseline hand lotion.
I like his hat. I mean, it's yeah.
this is whenever
Hey,
Tim or
AJ, I
Bruce
got a
pops
question
on,
for
I
you.
need some of this.
What is that?
Is that Alpha Brain? Alpha
Tylenol.
Force? You know, how funny it would be if it's like an Alex Jones.
Hey, AJ,
Yeah.
did you do you read along during the mass, or do you just listen?
I listen, but sometimes I'll read along.
So do any of you happen to know why we have things bracketed sometimes? For example,
I'm not gonna.
well, you
Yeah.
can't really see it, but so this was 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 11, but in the brackets, which weren't read at Mass, it says, I am reminding you, brothers and sisters, of the gospel I preached to you, which you indeed received, and in which you also stand. Through it you are also being saved, if you hold fast to the word I preached to you, unless you believed in vain. It's in brackets, but if you look it up, it says it in the... So I just wonder why they're bracketed.
I probably just a reminder to you as you're there. Look at Joanne. Joanne is like Clay's Melania Trump. Hey.
She's also like
Hey,
Catholic. She's
Island.
that's a nice name.
she's like a
Did she
super
grow up
Catholic.
Catholic?
Like, yeah, she's like
Yeah.
more Catholic than David probably.
Thank you, Clay. I love when I get all
Her
the
dad-
credit when AJ's here.
Her dad was also. Remember, I was telling you like about the Knights of Columbus. Her dad is Knights of Columbus.
Now you're
Oh,
really
wow.
going to trigger
Hey, is
everyone.
her-
If you
and her
just let
dad's
Ike
Asian?
in here,
Yeah.
everyone's going to lose their mind.
So
I'm
that
Orthodox
answers. So
today.
someone
All
He
the
accepts
someone
he
was
accepts
telling
the
me
Trinity now.
Today I do.
the
Do you accept
Philippines.
the Trinity?
Just today. For one
Okay.
day only.
Do you own at least one icon?
As far as you know.
today's going to change your
I
life,
got a
brother
really
Pike.
cool painting
Today's
of
going to
Jesus
change
above
your
the mantle. Does that
life.
count?
Of what?
Draw one real quick, and then
It's the good Lord.
make sure you kiss it. We have to see you kiss the icon,
What
and
the-
then we'll believe you.
Well, we're getting off here, so I could go in.
Now
And get some-
Dustin's
look at
really
these
going to lose his
implements.
mind.
I came here to show
What?
my support for the Ortho Bros.
Yeah, well, we know Clay's getting his baby baptized if his wife's so
Well,
Catholic.
if your kids are as
Yeah.
bad as mine, you better hold them down a little longer.
No,
Tell her that David the
look,
Zealot wants her
I'm
to
gonna
zealot
make a
you up,
case here,
Clay.
missing mod for Pike being able to be in here. He typically is the co-host of this channel, so
I'm the VP. I'm
And
the
he's
Vice
brother
Pike.
Apostle
He
Pope
does have
Pike.
Pope
co-host
Pike.
powers.
he is a bishop.
That's Pope Pike.
But yeah,
So
I'll
we'll
catch you
allow
all
it.
later.
See you, bud.
See you guys later.
Later,
Clay.
Clay.
I'll
Good
see ya.
luck, brother.
Bye.
Are we
Clay's
allowed
wife's gonna
to
zealot
like
him
just
up.
nominate like honorary Orthodox and Catholics?
Well, brother Pike got one,
Hey.
and
I
I was surprised. Terry's
Terry
half
could
Catholic.
probably
I'm
come
surprised
in
she didn't
here,
get
yeah.
the stream.
I
She's
wouldn't
half
mind Terry
Catholic.
in here.
I would
Yeah, I
love
think
Terry.
Terry. Yeah, she could do that.
Terry's cool.
How about just a no Protestant male?
Well, then they'll start coming misidentifying the gangster. They're like, no, my sex is male, but my gender
Yeah,
is
I'm a
female, so
female
I can join the
today.
stream. And gangster said, get out of here with that.
Look, I'm
Get
a
outta
strong
here
black
with
woman,
that.
as far as you guys know.
Believe it.
From Georgia, I believe it. I believe it. So yeah, mass was beautiful today. The homily was really good, believe it or not.
Yeah, what was your homily about?
Well, the homily was the reading was when Jesus preached the homily in Simon's boat, and then he told them to go out a little further and cast the nets, and they brought in the big haul, and then they immediately followed him after that. So the homily was pretty much that how Jesus he pointed out how Jesus asked Peter to go out a little bit to park the boat so he could do the homily, and he had no problem doing that. And then once he listened to Jesus, Jesus asked him to do a little bit more, go out a little bit deeper and to cast the net. And Peter said, well, we've been working all night, Lord, and we haven't cast anything. And Jesus said, do as I command. So he did it. And then look what happened. And then they dragged the fish ashore, and then they immediately followed him. And he said, and did you notice they left the fish there? That fish could have paid all their debts. That fish could have bought them nice things. That fish could have bought them help to fish more, but they just left the prize, the catch there, and they followed Jesus. Why did they leave it? Because first of all, it's Jesus's catch. It's not theirs. And they realized if Jesus can do that with the fish, what will he be able to do with us? So he just followed Jesus. But the trick is when Jesus asks you to do something, whether you're too tired or whether you think it'll work or not, you just listen to Jesus and good fruits come of it.
What was that an icon of?
I don't know. I'm just hoping it counts.
It's just a diamond. That looks pagan.
Thanks for bringing some joy. Thanks for bringing some joy.
You need a picture of Jesus.
Hold on, I got a picture of the Lord. Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you.
Hold that thought
Here,
before you.
I'll send
okay.
Terry the link.
Hold on, you guys got to see this. Talk about I got an icon. I do today.
Rock on.
Yeah, did you say pretty please, Terry? With cherries on top? Oh, that's nice.
That is the Lord in the Garden of Gethsemane.
All right, now kiss
Very nice.
Now kiss me. So that's an oil painting. I'll mess it up.
I have painted icons, and you can see the wear marks where I kiss it. But I don't mind that at all. I mean, I think that's kind of cool. I like to see that they're
Being used.
yeah. Saint Paisios, he had one by his bed, and there it was like so like discolored in one area, and everyone was just like, oh my gosh, how often did he venerate this icon? And he was like ashamed. He was just like, oh, it just looks that way. He didn't want to say like, oh, he's because he was so humble. He didn't want people giving him all this credit.
BBM, don't.
Well, speaking of those, so I took some video. I was just hanging around my church today, right? And like at the altar, there's pictures of all the apostles, and there's a statue of Saint Michael, and there's a picture of the Blessed Mother, and all the stained glass. I was looking through the things. There's like there's the Annunciation. All the scenes are on the stained glass window. So I'm looking around, and I think of sometimes we hear like, oh, you guys have all this stuff, and it's not God oriented. And every one of those, it's part of the gospel or a story from the gospel or one of the apostles, and it's like all when you read when it's all just reminders of God, thinking of the gospel, the story of Jesus as missionary, and just his whole Calvary and all that. So I just don't see how some people don't understand. It's not solely about Jesus. He said, "Get to know me," and getting to know him as his apostles, the Holy Family, the saints that he that are up with him and up in heaven. Just the whole consensus of the story.
Gangster Ghost is asking something in the private chat. Can Aiden join? Aiden is like so close to becoming an Orthodox. He knows so much about the church. What do you think, Jess?
I'm cool
see,
with
this
it,
is a tricky. Now
but-
this is because he's not Catholic, but he's my favorite Catholic apologist.
Right? He knows about the early church history.
You want to hear today's
Today's what?
timeless truths?
Oh, the saint of today.
Yeah. Well, it's the reading from Father Simeon Kragopoulos. I've actually got it in my prompter. If you want me to read it to you real quick.
That's Terry.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Terry.
Terry.
Yeah, that's my zealot name.
The zealot Shedomite.
The Shedomite, the zealous,
The Hebrew
Shedomite.
Israelites call
yeah.
white people that look Jewish Edomites.
BBM,
my
I'm
gosh.
Episcopalian on
And
my
she's a
neighbor's
Oh, no,
side.
Shedomite.
any
Oh,
white
that's funny.
person's an Edomite, but I'm Shedomite.
Shedomite.
Hey, Brother Pike, what's that episode on later?
Oh, we're doing a
The God's
yeah. We're
Remnant.
talking about whether or not there's still such thing as Israel.
Oh, so
Do you want me to read it?
Oh, I might. I might have to, if I wasn't going to my buddy's house.
You have to tune in.
If I don't go, I'll have to tune in. Yeah, I gotta see what Brother
I
Pike
hope
has to
you-
say
you
about
hold-
it. Hey, I saw your other episode, Brother Pike. I was going through YouTube and I saw you and some gentleman, and he had quite a nice setup. You guys were Bible studying.
Oh, that was I was on his podcast the other day. That's a church that's about 20 minutes down the road from me. The pastor invited me onto his podcast.
Man, what a
It
nice
was
setup
very
he had
nice.
with the real microphones
Yeah,
and stuff.
it was really nice.
Yeah. There was, I wish I could remember because you said something and it was, I could have I meant to correct you. He had said something and you said, I don't know if you're right, but then you said, corrected him, but he pointed it out. I wish I could remember.
Sometimes you got to tell them how it is, though.
but especially when you're
You
Apostle
got to
Pope
straighten
Pike.
them out, boy.
Do you guys want? Is all right if Aiden joins?
Sure.
Yeah,
No,
Aiden's
Yeah,
no.
Aiden's Catholic.
Oh, wait. Oh, does Terry have a thing with Aiden?
I don't know. Does he?
He's gonna make fun of my voice.
Today's the Lord's
What are you
Day.
Aiden, if you
talking
promise
about?
not to
What's
make
wrong
fun
with
of
your
Terry,
voice?
you can
Oh
come
no,
in.
no! Now he's gonna definitely do it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be
What's wrong with
fair,
your voice?
he will definitely do it.
So,
I don't care. It's not up to me. It's the Catholics Orthodox podcast.
And the half
Hey,
half
wait,
links.
Josh, if you become Catholic,
The Terry Berries and the Terry Berries.
Catholics or
The Catholics.
Logan, post the link so Josh can just stay backstage the whole time.
But then we'd have to see him in the private chat constantly being like, "Rah, rah, 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 rah." Oh my
I
god.
do. I just got to talk about the elephant in the room. I couldn't imagine if I'm going around on my Sunday, right, as a Catholic, and Gangsta has a Protestant stream up. I would not be berating him to like, let me on there. I'm like, oh, okay, the Protestants are talking, and that's not for me.
Yeah.
So I'd either listen
I'll
or
start
I
my
would
own,
not.
yeah.
I'd find
Hey,
something
go
else.
start
Yeah.
your own and see how many views you get.
But yeah, thanks for doing this, Gangster, because you're revealing a lot to us. But not only can you see how we don't stand a chance in the chat with them, because even if we're not in the chat, they'll berate the comments and try to barge in, and that's pretty wild. That's
Okay, we gotta let
crazy,
Aiden go on
Gangster.
this for like 5
Whoa.
minutes, bro.
Aiden is like young enough to be my son if I had been, a promiscuous teenager. That's
Wait,
gross.
Bruce is backstage?
Stop chasing the
Yeah.
cougars around, Aiden.
Bruce is in the back chat
I would have been
crying about
harassing him
not
this
being
whole
able to come
time if I
in.
knew that. Bruce, it sure is nice being on stage.
Yeah, Aiden and I have something called being brothers and sisters in Christ.
Way too
That's not nice.
Gangster, these are fun. You should do these more often. These are fun, Gangster.
This is my favorite stream I've been on that Logan's put on.
I think this is the best.
kind of rules?
I don't feel stressed
Sandy,
out
you're
or
missing out,
attacked
brother.
at all.
Sandy's not even going to believe him when we tell him we were all in our glory on Gangster Show.
No, Josh.
Miles
Come
Dustin
backstage. We're totally
said he
gonna
won't
let you
come
in.
on.
Who said they won't come
Hey,
on?
hey, Bruce, come back to the back channel so we can say no again.
Bruce, we're totally gonna let you in this time. Come on.
We hear you knocking, but you can't come in. We hear you knocking, but you can't
Hey,
come
hey,
in.
hold on. Let Logan speak for himself. Did we hijack your channel, Logan? Is this your choice?
It's my choice. He said that Jesus would let him in.
You know, I almost believe that because the Lord obviously has a sense of humor.
But Jesus might strike you mute before he lets you in, though.
Bruce sucks.
Like Joe, like Elizabeth's husband, Zacharias.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Dustin said,
Oh, that just reminded me.
Cool, Bruce. You know
Brother
how to
Pike,
get a hold of him.
not to get into it or anything, but I thought you told him, Brother Pike said that you believed the order of Melchizedek ended when Moses or someone came along. We do believe as Catholics and Orthodox, Jesus
Definitely
is
a
the
no.
priest in
I
the
believe
order of
that too.
Melchizedek.
What me and him were having a disagreement about is that I felt like the order of Melchizedek came to a halt at the beginning of the Levitical priesthood and then picked back up with the Lord Jesus, whereas he believed it had been operating the entire time through the law.
Oh, okay, and I wouldn't know that. Does anyone else?
It's a big subject.
Well,
I thought from my bad catechesis, I thought Jesus and Melchizedek were like two. Like there wasn't. I didn't even know there was an order that followed Melchizedek. I thought he was like a special, like came and did it and then was gone.
we believe that like he is either a type of Christ or was Christ himself.
Right, that's what I was under the
Yeah,
belief
because like
of,
he
right,
never, we don't know if he was ever born, if he ever died. Like they specifically are silent on that, which makes you think like, man, this one time he shows up and he's doing this thing with bread and wine, like, and it's clearly a higher priest order. Like Abraham bows to him, like clearly it's the superior order, and what we had in the meantime was something that was incomplete.
I think I killed Jess.
It's preordained to be this way.
We don't have the free will to let you in, Bruce.
We tried, but God said no.
No, he didn't. We don't know.
This is the funniest show ever.
I'm telling you, it's a good time, Calvin. Brother Pike, isn't it? It calls him Calvin.
Dustin said he won't.
Gangster, you should know how to put on a show, huh, Gangster Ghost?
Thank you. Dustin said he won't come on anymore.
That's not true. As soon as he disagrees with someone who's talking, he'll come back on.
No, don't leave, Dustin, please.
No, come in. We're gonna let you in this time.
Dustin, come back.
You can blame it all.
You can blame it all on Gigi.
I'm thinking of.
I'm just kidding, Gangster.
I'm just
The
thinking
views of
of
Aiden do not necessarily reflect the views of
Terry
Gangster Ghost and
and-
Associates.
These
Remember
Baptists are
Jim
failing.
Carrey
There he
in,
is.
Pet Detective 2. He's like,
I
nobody
know my
wants
favorite
to
Catholic
play with
apologist
me.
voice anywhere.
Hey, people.
What's up, Aiden?
Nothing much. Terry, is that your freaking cat? Is
Yes.
your cat mouthing off again, Terry?
Yeah.
You gotta tell that
Well,
thing
I
to
mean,
calm down.
he was napping, and I came home, and he's happy to see me.
Oh, I see. Well, you have to defer to his opinion on things because he's a man.
I do. Happy cat, happy life.
Terry, how was church
Oh,
today?
it was good. I was part of the reading of Exodus 14. We had a group of people go up and read it together. And then let's see, the youth pastor came up to me and was like, "Dang, Terry, solid drip. You looking so good. Love that outfit." Da, 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 all that Gen Z language.
Oh wow.
Wait, you can read?
He can definitely read. He just graduated.
No. You can read?
No.
She reads on her stream all the time.
I don't think that's true, Daniel.
The art of the deal.
I read for the Lord.
I'm skeptical of the claim.
Look, you can go to my channel and see it, and then you can go to my. You
Put
can
that
go to
Yeah,
my
what was that? Is
church.
that Dustin over there?
You haven't saw
Oh
that
wow!
yet.
So Dustin is
I want
joining.
no
So-
part of this. I want no
So
part of
Daniel, on the left is Bruce getting before baptism, and on the right is after baptism.
And Dustin's just bearing witness.
Yeah, he's the godparent. Dustin's the godparent.
It's probably the nicest picture of Dustin too.
Okay, so
That's one of my favorite pictures. And I guess that's Father Charles baptized
oh
in
my
Bruce.
goodness,
Angry Aiden with glasses.
He doesn't look angry though. That's always been my contention. He looks more like snide in this photo. And I mean, like, I've never been known to be snide once in my entire life, so I think that's a very dishonest depiction.
Yeah, Aiden and Snide don't go
Aw.
together.
It's true. It's true.
Lady Aiden.
hey,
Hello, everyone.
Where did that come? Where did
I
that
need
come
to
from?
respond to something in the chat. Claude is making the insinuation that the youth pastor was coming on to me, and I don't think he was.
He was complimenting a drip. That's
Yeah,
all. Also, creamsicles
was-
are awesome.
I was
C-cell.
like really hip looking today. I wore my like
Lays back.
the jean shorts over my like tights with the Cure disintegration
The Book of Violations.
and my
You wear
little-
jorts
I
You
to
were
was-
on
church?
fleek. Sounds like you were on
You wore
fleek.
Yeah.
jorts to church?
I don't have jorts.
You wore jorts.
No,
Sure.
they're
Okay.
based jean shorts.
Shorts are against
Sally-
the Bible. You
That,
can't.
it's called
them.
jorts. It's called
They're not
jorts.
called
Sally Joe got
Jorts
an interesting
are
question.
long.
What's this fucking
Don't-
shit that works?
Don't make Gangster Bros, can you pull up Jort on Google Images for us, please?
Okay.
Thank
The world needs to know.
I'd agree with
Whose
what
car
Sally Joe said.
thing
I
is
noticed that
going
as
off?
well.
That's Clay in his new truck. He's got
Clay.
a Chevy now.
Yeah, calm
My
down, son.
camera isn't like
Yeah.
working. I'm trying to get the frontal.
How you get a You should have got the Eldorado.
I got the
Harry,
Silverado.
would you wear jorts before the Lord?
How
I
about a
wouldn't
Score?
wear jorts.
It
Terry,
says,
did you
it
grow up
says
when
to
girls
approach your
wore those
salvation with
short
fear and
skirt
trembling.
things?
Do
The
you
Score?
think that that's going to be the
What?
best attire to fear and
Shorts.
trembling?
It's David.
What's a culottes?
What were you saying, David?
Did you grow up when girls wore the shorts with the skirt in front, the skirts?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, my sister
It was
did
good
too.
times.
My old lady wears them.
It looked like a skirt, but they had the function of shorts.
But I wouldn't wear that today. I feel like that's just.
Oh, so speaking of jorts, so I was actually a big jorts wearer growing up, and I was like one of the last few people to find out they were out of style. Like I wore them past their due date, jean shorts.
My old
See,
lady
Terry,
wears
you're
jorts
among friends here. You're
What?
among
all
friends.
the time.
Like
Well, Terry probably wears them because they're vintage now.
Yeah, I liked. Well, I don't know. I thought I was dressed casually for church. I was like, oh, I decided to go a little more casual, and yeah, but I guess it's still it impressed the young people.
Terry, embrace the burqa. Embrace it.
Embrace the burqa.
Why does everyone want to a burqa?
There's nothing wrong with a head covering. I don't know about a burqa.
Every chat I
No,
go
no, burqa is the only
Ooh, you
acceptable
wear
one.
burqa?
Yeah, stop trying to lead these women away into temptation. Okay, I'm trying to bring women back into a more. All these women out here be like, I just like want things to go back to like how they were before, and I'm just like, yeah, that's right. Put the burqa on.
Yeah, but burqas are Muslim, not Christian.
Yeah,
I mean, that's ridiculous.
ancestors
Like,
are not-
it's a natural evolution. I know
My
you guys don't
ancestors-
believe in that evolution stuff, but it's a natural evolution of
my
the head veil.
ancestors did not wear that, Aiden.
Blood not appropriate.
They might
Well,
have.
women wore veils in church, Terry.
Yeah,
It's true.
well, that's fine, but we don't really do that in my tradition.
Oh,
But you could.
you
I mean,
could. but-
I think I would stand out of it if I wore a veil, but like, could I wear a hat?
It's
Why
modesty.
are you guys?
You could. It's a head covering.
Why are you
Okay.
guys all talking
Just a
about
head covering.
boycotting the Super Bowl?
Sometimes I wear a hat.
I'm
So
not watching
the
Wear a
poll I
hat
took,
in
more than
church,
half of
Terry?
the people said they could. Everyone said they couldn't care less, Clay. No one's really interested in it,
Yeah,
Wow.
but
which
it's
is wonderful.
like, it's a lady's hat. It goes with the whole outfit. It's not like
Oh, but you wear it in church?
Yeah,
Oh, wow. Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Would you walk in front of God with like your propeller hat and just be like, "Hey God, what's up?" Like, would you do that?
Oh,
Propeller hat.
I do have a cute photo of me wearing a propeller hat.
Of course, she
There's a
does.
real thing as a propeller hat.
Yeah, they have them at the haberdashery.
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 That's fun to
Yeah.
say. That's fun to say. Yeah.
It's fun to visit too because they got all the hats you could ever want, and I'm a hat fiend. Like one day when I have my big, drive-in closet, I'm gonna have like a whole hat wall all set up.
What
Have
she's
all
saying is that there's a My Strange Addiction episode in the works as we speak.
I don't think I have
Um,
hat addiction, but I do have a good
you,
collection.
you said you were just to quote you just a moment ago, you called yourself a fiend, I believe
Yeah,
was the word that you used for it, ma'am.
yeah, that means
And wait,
fan.
I believe, ma'am, that when you fiend for something, that's typically because you are addicted to it.
No, it means you're a Misfits fan.
See, there's a reference that I'm too young to understand.
Yeah,
You finally got me.
you have
You
a
got me with a
beautiful
reference that
wife
I don't get.
So
and
Clay,
a
does
Stop.
Joanne ever wear a
and
veil?
a job. We get it.
Yeah.
Clay,
She
does
likes to
Joanne ever
not
wear a
wear
veil?
it because where she came from, if you didn't wear it, you would get stoned to death.
Yeah.
So it's like her way
She
of
doesn't like to wear.
protesting.
He's so full of
She
crap.
doesn't like to wear it because
Shut
rebellious
up.
women like Terry enable that kind of behavior.
How am I rebellious?
And
They
you're
don't
rebellious
realize
because
how
you refuse to
privileged
humble yourself.
places like where
Why
my
do you
wife
think
is
I
from, if you don't wear it, they'll kill you.
see Jamie knows. Jamie a real one.
Tell them the story about how that one time you didn't have your giblet on and they were going to kill you.
Stop lying.
I feel like one day we're going to be watching Clay on camera and she's just going to sock him in his face.
She's gonna have enough.
There is
Not a
Muslim
single
areas in
report
the
will be made.
Philippines, though. Like if me and her went to South Cotabato City, she would have to wear one.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Or we would get.
Dan always talks about how he's like, oh, I go to the Philippines and I go to save people from themselves. And it's like, bro, there's like deeply Muslim parts of that country that you could go to and actually like try and like win people over. But I guess it'd actually be a little dangerous doing that. So, much easier to
It
go and
would be like
preach to a
extremely
bunch of
dangerous.
Catholics.
I got friends that are in Pakistan right now doing evangelizing, and that's scary.
I've got friends in low
That's
places.
scary though, thinking about how Pakistan.
I got friends
Yeah.
in low places.
I was talking to
Right.
Sandman about that because there's a charity that smuggles Bibles into Iran, and I'm like, that seems pretty cool.
The Orthodox
There's
in
like
China
places-
are getting their organs harvested. They're getting killed and getting their organs harvested for preaching the gospel there.
Yeah. That's what I was telling Dan, even though it's messed up, but I know a guy who did it for your dad. Just go get a personal loan for like 65 grand and you can buy a liver in China. They'll put it in and everything because they harvest organs from like inmates that they execute,
Yeah.
It sounds messed up, but
there's
if I need a liver,
there's a whole black market for that.
This is not black market though. It's like legal there. You just go to the hospital. If I needed
What are
an
you saying,
organ, you
Terry?
best leave. That's what I do.
I'll tip in some money.
You want to organize that, Terry? You want to be the one that puts the face to the name behind that GoFundMe?
no.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Why?
Because you're like very persuasive and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you're being genuine.
What would give you that impression? What would make you think that?
You not being so sure of your words.
Well, the thing is,
You know what? Maybe what I said was problematic.
Harry, it's not a matter of maybe. All right, it's not a
Okay.
matter of maybe.
No, I get it. I was inappropriate. I was out of pocket.
What do you
What'd you
say?
do?
Do you say? Are you sorry?
What?
Are you
What
sorry?
happened? What'd
Well,
she
I
do?
said I apologize. So yes, I am sorry.
I didn't hear that you apologized. Thank you for clarifying.
All right.
Okay, we're one step getting closer to Terry being saved. I'm glad. She's willing to admit that she's sorry. Now we're gonna get you fully converted to Catholicism on this show, Terry. You're gonna embrace the truth.
Yeah.
Mm.
Glory to God
I
in
don't
the
know.
highest.
Orthodox is the better way to go, I would say.
But
I mean, I
the
could get
thing
you
is, the Orthodox Church,
2.47% APR financing on that Orthodox conversion. So
guys, the Orthodox Church is way further away from me.
Tell him, Terry.
The
There's
thing
So
about
inconvenient to
yeah,
be
there's
Orthodox in
one a lot
America.
closer.
the thing about
that's like
Catholicism is it's more
that's like
universal.
saying that you're not willing to let your children go to the best school because it's in like the next town over. It's like which one's more important, like an extra 40-minute drive or your child's life and upbringing? You know, like which one's more important?
I'd rather homeschool my children.
That's a
Agreed.
terrifying thought, but all right.
I know. Isn't it amazing? Just imagine me brainwashing my little babies. I can't wait.
You better
They're gonna be a bunch of strangers.
Yeah.
better get ready
I'll be
for
like,
it, Dan.
I'm gonna learn. Wait.
Took me a second.
Everybody.
You're not gonna play them Jesse Lee Peterson videos, are you, when they're like just 6 years old?
I mean, no, unless it was like appropriate. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids go to Jesse's fellowship and he talks to them. He seems to be good with children, but I don't know that his program is always appropriate for kids. I would show them the Hake report because he keeps it, PG.
What is the Hake report? I still have
The
not seen this.
report is so he used to produce the Jesse Lee Peterson show, and he has his own show, and he also produces Church with JLP. So he does a show Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 Pacific Standard Time, live. And I don't know, it's like political. He does call-ins too, so you can call into his show. He has, a number of people who call in, and then he'll present on different topics. He sometimes covers news, or he'll cover like news from 50 years ago. Or just like random things. Like he was doing a segment about the differences between crocodiles and alligators recently. I don't know. He's just entertaining. He's really wholesome,
Do you know the difference between them now, Terry? Do you understand the difference
Yeah.
between crocodiles and alligators?
Explain it to you is really simple. So with a crocodile, you see them after a while, and with an alligator, you see them later.
That is true. That is true. And plus, I mean, like, let's face it, Alligator Dundee doesn't sound anywhere near as cool as Crocodile Dundee. So, when you think about it from that
But the other thing
perspective,
too, like crocodiles have their teeth on the outside, so when they close their jaws, you can still see their teeth. But with alligators, they can't. Oh,
yeah,
look
they
at
have
that
like
cute
snaggle
dog.
teeth.
Is that your Doge? I didn't know Clay had a Doge. Oh, I'm Clay. I have a nice truck and a beautiful wife and a child on the way and a dog. Wow.
He's a lucky
I have a
man.
dog too.
Oh no, God bless him.
Yeah, his dog's name isn't
A bunch
Scooby
of
though, so
chickens.
GG,
Yeah,
are you there, buddy?
yeah.
What are your plans for today, little guy?
Oh, later on, I'm going to have a Burner Pike teaching about Burner Pike.
Cool. I was gonna ask if you were gonna order some Chick-fil-A, but I guess you can't today, can you?
Yeah.
I wanted some of that last week. I haven't tried Chick-fil-A yet, and I wanted to get some. I had a hankering for it, and I realized last week that it was Sunday, so I could not get it, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're a good Catholic company.
Yeah,
Christian,
I've
maybe,
never
maybe
had
not
them
Catholic.
either.
Their chicken's good. It is.
Have you had Popeyes, Terry?
Yeah, Popeyes is good too.
Oh yeah, I love Popeyes, but I haven't had it in years. But I used to love the biscuits, and you get the. Oh my
Yep,
goodness.
their biscuits are good too.
We're about to have chicken
They do
tonight.
My biscuits are burning. My biscuits are
They
burning.
do
She's got a
they do a Cajun poutine out here in Canada. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
You Canadian too, Aiden?
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
There's a few of you guys on Gangster Stream.
We like to represent, yeah.
They're like little
Zealous. That's my
velociraptors.
90. That's my
It's
92.
like living in America, but just like better, you know.
Blame Canada.
Are you
Blame
even allowed to have
Canada.
chickens in Canada?
I don't know, Daniel. What does your priest say about keeping chickens? Are you allowed to have chickens?
Yes, sir.
Hey, who's the new Trudeau over there? Who took his place?
You know, I wish that I was up to date enough on Canadian politics to really care, but I kind of learned in my early 20s to kind of stop caring about the immediate politics around me as far as how that affected me. I try to keep somewhat in touch with some of the broader strokes of things, but I've not been like a media junkie in quite some time.
Jess, you're the political commentary. Who's the Prime Minister of Canada? Jess, who's the Prime Minister of Canada currently?
I think it's still Trudeau because he was the one
Yeah,
who was
that
like talking
chick.
about the tariffs.
That chick Justine.
If he resigned and Justine took over, why was he talking about the tariffs and how they're going to retaliate?
It's like
Yeah.
the least intimidating prime minister of all time. Like,
you-
literally just like looks like a guy that you could just like put under your arm, give him a noogie, and then just put him in for a swirly. Like, just.
I think that
I
he
don't know,
had
man.
someone picked out to replace him, and he was banking on Kamala winning and getting some sort of position out of that. And then Trump won.
Seems like a lot of people were banking on her winning,
Yep.
huh?
Hey, Birdie.
Do not come.
Oh,
Do not come.
Polly want a cracker?
that is.
Do not. Oh, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming.
Go Kamala Harris with the freaking.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
beat? The thing with the beat? It's so funny. Let me find it.
Clay, how many animals you got? You got a little farm over there?
Yeah, we got like over 40 chickens and ducks, 2 dogs, a parrot, and a pigeon. And then there's like a bunch
Nice. Do the parrot and the pigeon? Do the parrot and pigeon get along?
Yeah. There's a bunch of stray
And
cats
do the
that
dogs?
come around too.
Do the dogs protect your ducks?
Yeah, and the chickens.
Nice. What about a horse? You ever thought about getting a horse?
No, I had a horse that was free. Someone gave me, and then I gave it away the same day to somebody else. Because the thing about a horse is over the winter, they're so ungodly expensive to feed.
I've heard that. My sister's a horse fan.
Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking about getting some hogs to raise for meat, you know?
Yeah, some bacon.
Yeah.
Got some slabs
But
of
then you
bacon.
gotta
I got a neighbor who's coincidentally an Asian guy.
Yeah, just don't name him, Daniel.
I buy
Just don't.
pigs from.
No, you're not gonna be able to. They're gonna follow you around and be lovey like puppies, and you're gonna look into that big.
And they're gonna oink
I know.
Terry.
Shit.
Just
The
because you
cutest little
can't.
oink
Just
oink.
because
They're
you
gonna
can't,
beg for
Terry.
pets and scritches, and you're gonna be like, I can't kill you. I gotta give you away.
My old lady could kill one in like a second.
Yeah, she's like a
She don't give a
Spetsnaz
shit.
operative.
Nice.
Like one of the biggest things that Spetsnaz are like made to
Yeah.
do is they have to be given an animal and they have to like spend like a year bonding with it, and then after the year is done, they have to kill it right before they like
I
enter
heard that about
service.
I heard that about the SS with German Shepherds. That was like they had to raise a German Shepherd and then kill it.
Apparently that's like a hallmark of like terrifying organizations that like train people that you would want less not even to look at, less than actually encounter in the real world.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
pretty
what I'm
insane
gonna
stuff.
with our kid. I'm gonna make him raise a chicken and then kill it when he's 3 or 4.
You have to, you know. It really just like builds
Be
a
like,
solid
this
psychological
way-
foundation.
This way we know we don't have to worry about you being gay. Get to kill this chicken.
That's for therapy later, right?
Well, you know, that's why I have my atheistic worldview, because, you know, like I was made to do that as a young child, and it just taught me that, you know, like life is meaningless, and, you know, like when the light winks out behind the eye, it's just all nothingness afterwards, you know? So I mean, like, what does it really matter? I mean, sorry,
Ethan, I'm
Catholic
so sorry
apologism.
that happened to you.
That's what I did
What's
as a
that?
young, like from a young age. My whole family like always raised livestock for meat, so you know I'm kind of immune to it as well.
What was that, Terry?
I said, I'm sorry that happened to you.
I wasn't actually being serious, Terry. I was trying to.
Yeah, me too.
I was being a fool. I was acting a fool, as Stump in the Earth would say. Whatever happened to Stump in the Earth? Has anybody ever heard anything from that guy?
I haven't seen him.
EG?
He used to do the Bible study at nighttime, but it's been a couple weeks, I think.
That's a shame. It's a shame.
I love
Brother Pike wants to look at my beak. He said that's weird.
It's kind of out of pocket, Brother Pike, but okay.
That's a Portuguese beak.
Goodness gracious, as Brett Keane would say. There's another guy that I kind of like miss a little bit. You know, as the saying goes, you don't know what you got till it's gone. You know, I kind of miss Brett Keane a little bit. Getting up to his YouTube shenanigans.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's your favorite, Terry? Bagels.
Was that and everything?
Yeah. Me and Terry are people.
I might go.
Me,
I
Terry,
might go
and
make me an everything bagel.
Dan, Terry, and I are people like invented the bagel.
Our people.
Is that bagel made
What
out
do
of
you
the
mean,
bread of
our
life?
people? No,
The Irish people.
I got a little bit Irish in me.
I do too.
I grew up thinking I was like basically all Irish. My mother would tell us that, and then my father informed us one day, like, you're primarily Portuguese. I just let your mother tell you that because it makes her happy.
I find that like with Irish, when you have mixed with Irish, you're usually just all Irish.
Fenian, I believe, is the right word.
Fenian.
Yeah, I grew up Erin Go Brarin, though. I know about Erin Go
see the
Bra.
fully Irish people. They're like transparent. You can't even see them.
I have an Aaron
With the freckles
Go
and the red,
flag.
I know you do, Clay.
You know, there's
It's
simple
like
people, really.
And then we have a bunch of Irish shit all over the house.
So on St. Patty's Day in Boston, everybody's Irish on St. Patty's Day in Boston.
I didn't know that Daniel was Irish.
Aaron Go Bra flag.
Yeah, oh yeah. We love that Erin Go Bra.
We got about a little over 2 hours before the Super Bowl begins. Want
I'm
to
not
remind
watching it.
I want to
Hey.
remind everybody that Trump is going to be there, so pray for his safety. And also, I was alerted today by parishioners that today is the most dangerous day for prostitutes, and also child trafficking is way up today because of these
Yeah.
demented parties.
Well, hopefully with all that
Because of-
NGO finance cutting that Elon did, there's going to be a little less of it this year.
Yeah, hopefully, God willing.
Yeah.
So, praying for the safety and also for repentance too. And there's also a lot of people who overdosed today.
Yeah.
Yes, prayers for all them people.
Man,
They should be
Daniel, that's
drinking
so hard.
non-alcoholic beer.
Gonna be a great game of football.
You can't even get like heroin nowadays
I know,
without this
That's right.
I know,
fentanyl.
like
I've
there's
lost people that way. A lot of people.
it's absolutely obscene, unfortunately.
The way you said that, though, Clay, like you're so upset about it.
You can't even get good heroin anymore these days.
I don't know.
That's like
Look
the
at
only
the
reason why
state
Clay
of
doesn't do
things.
it anymore. Is just like because it's not safe. Well, I'd still be doing it. Yeah, it's like no.
Yeah.
way.
In Asia, you
Yeah,
get good
you
heroin
get that
still,
white tar.
where nobody
Get that
dies
white
from it.
tar up
Black
over
tar.
there.
It's black tar. Oh, that was
Man, that's
funny.
really sad, and like to think we spent all that money and all those years in Afghanistan and we haven't even secured decent heroin.
Oh, that made it worse because then the CIA got a hold of poppy production and
Oh,
Harry,
we
you
had
live in
military
Portland.
people guarding poppy fields.
yeah.
I would say like half of it went to dark
It's like-
projects for the CIA, and the other half
Yeah.
probably went to Pfizer.
At the
Pfizer, the
CIA,
pharmaceutical company.
Did you ever see
the CIA has this poppy production. Why don't we have it
Yeah.
in America then? Why is
'Cause-
it all this?
Yeah,
Because they
replace.
spent
You know
it.
what? Take all these stupid, useless cornfields in Iowa and Nebraska and all these different places. Replace that with poppy fields, and I'll tell you what, that deficit that America's having to worry, we have to worry about the budget ceiling. The budget ceiling's gonna get reached, and then we're not gonna be able to do Social Security or anything like that. And then if I replace all of the cornfields in America with poppy fields, it's gonna be wonderful.
and then we just export it
It
to
would
other
be.
countries and let them fall apart while we get better.
Yeah, we can let China have an opioid epidemic. I think it's their turn. China.
We're gonna reopen the what do they call it? The Silk Road or
There's-
whatever. With
That's
the
right.
There's
opium
so many
Right.
trades.
things we do to other countries that if they did it to us, we would nuke them. That's crazy.
You know the British
Have you ever seen?
back in the 1830s.
Have you ever seen where Afghanistan? The Taliban, like I guess Russia has a huge heroin problem, and to this day, the Taliban exports tons of it there for like completely free to like poison them.
Yeah.
It
It was like a generational
Oh, what
plan
is this?
to like get even.
It actually went up to 9. 9 times Bruce Wayne has said the same thing in the chat about Christian.
That's what I'm
Pike.
about to say. What, is he malfunctioning?
What
It's
am I
like an
gonna
angry
say?
ex. It's
He
like an angry
malfunctioned. He
ex-girlfriend.
said he malfunctioned.
It's like a tick. It's like a tick that he has at this
And
point.
what's wrong with Bruce?
the Baptist bot has gone awry.
Bruce, come on, man.
So
Yeah,
he went to-
Taliban.
After Jesse, and now you're going after a Christian.
yeah,
Taliban, more like Terry Ban. Am I right?
he's making fun of Christian
Yeah.
for like what happened to his grandfather's church, which is like such a low blow, you know.
This
Oh,
is
Well, he,
hey
Yeah, he
Bruce.
brought- he had-
thank you for
he had actually
proving
mentioned that-
exactly why we have the rules for this particular stream today. Thank you for showing us that.
Yeah, Bruce said that to him on the stream the other
You're
day
making
Yeah.
about his
Baptist look
grandparents.
Yeah,
bad.
thank
And Pike called him out. Pike's like, why
Bruce.
would
No
you
one
say that?
owes you an
Intent is low
answer,
blow.
Bruce. No one owes you an answer. You are
You-
so entitled.
Oh,
Entitlement
Jess,
is
don't let him
it's
get you,
tomorrow,
Jess.
Jess.
You're letting him
Yeah, I'm just
infiltrate, Jess.
saying.
You're letting him infiltrate.
I'm just saying, no one owes him anything.
Tomorrow, Gigi's gonna have a negative hipster Protestant stream, and
Yeah.
you can go join.
wait, is there gonna be a
He called
Protestant
them
stream
hipsters.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
He called them
Hey,
hipsters are the
Logan,
worst.
can you go ahead and when you do your Protestant stream tomorrow, tell us how the numbers did for each one? I'm just curious.
Are we in the Troubles right now? Like, am I just living in Ireland in the 1960s and 70s right now? Like, is there going to be a peace wall that has to be established between both of the communities so that the freaking bombings can cease and we can stop the violence?
An unlikely alliance between Terry and Aiden to bring peace between the apostolics and the Protestants.
Yeah, stop
Right.
hate, spread love.
Yeah,
Terry, are you
Yeah,
Irish?
stop Orthodox hate.
what?
Are you Irish, Terry?
I'm American.
Yeah,
She's
but
half
like, do you
Jew,
have Irish
half Jew,
heritage?
and then
She's a Jewess.
I'm not
Yeah.
Jewish at all. Stop it. Stop. I got
Is that
no
true,
Jewish
Terry?
She's
that's
Terry
why like her
Berry.
favorite
Sarah
things are
Silverman's
bagels
cousin.
and kosher
Well,
salt.
they good. Okay, I can't help it that the Jews create a lot of excellent things.
She's Ashkenazi. I knew
Like
it.
matzo
I
ball
knew it.
soup.
Actually, I don't like that very much.
Neither do
Where,
they,
where,
so you're in good company.
But look,
where do the Ashkenazi Jews come from, Terry? Do you know? You know where they come from?
Ashkenaz.
Hungary.
Askanatsistan.
Mostly Poland and
I was like,
Come from
Daniel, you're one, right?
Khazaria.
the Iberian Peninsula originally, but they kept getting kicked out. So eventually they landed in Germany because Germany was the only place that would accept them. And of course, Hitler came to power. So
They couldn't stay there
Oh,
long.
yeah.
that's what happened to your people, huh, Daniel?
Actually, the Khazarian
Yeah.
people, the Khazarian Khanate converted to Judaism around the 9th century AD, and they ended up having a large Jewish population. No, I mean, like, you know, who cares about the actual history? You're right. You're right. It
I
doesn't
don't.
matter.
Aiden, are you familiar with
Doesn't matter.
Frankism at all?
Frankism?
Yeah.
Who's Frank?
I was the guy.
Oh, is that
who
the guy
said
that
it.
comes by the
France,
community?
guys. Frank means from
No,
France.
it has
Like
something.
Frank from It's Always Sunny?
Oh, I love
Not-
that, Frank.
It's actually,
Isn't
it's
that
actually
what,
not
Danny DeVito?
true.
Yeah, Danny
Not
DeVito's
true,
great.
Terry.
Terry, what are your
Frank does
thoughts on
not mean
Danny?
from France. France comes from Frankish culture. It's the other way around, Terry. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Terry, what are your
I-
thoughts on Danny
Look at the
DeVito?
big brain on
Danny
Aiden.
I'm for him.
That's why he's
Nice.
my favorite Catholic
Support
apologist,
Danny.
Jess.
I don't care, you know, what he gets up to in his private life. It's none of my business.
Danny DeVito's funny. He's a funny
Let
guy.
me be frank.
Terry,
He's
if
a funny
you're
little
such
guy.
a big, if you're a big Danny DeVito fan, Terry, how come you didn't recognize the other night when I'm like, you have to pay the troll toll? You had no idea.
Gotta
what was
pay
going
the
on.
troll toll.
They're always funny.
What is that? Is that
To
from
get into
something?
that boy's hole.
It's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Terry.
How
What
good
is
is your Danny
That's-
DeVito impersonation, Terry? How good is your? Can we give your best Danny DeVito impression?
Terry, is he the dad from Matilda? Is that Danny DeVito?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay, I
Danny
thought it
DeVito.
was.
Guys, I've never seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia, okay?
It's a
Oh my god.
it's a funny show.
I've only seen a
Have you
handful of
seen
episodes.
Matilda at the very least? You better have not.
Listen, I don't
Terry
like
thought she
Mary-
was Matilda.
You have
I-
not watched. Oh my
All right,
god.
all right.
Oh, okay,
Terry,
I
fine.
you can
like American.
Terry, get Hulu from somebody and watch it.
Poor
And then
Terry,
you'll
taking
understand
the
a
word
lot
out.
of like Dan's comedy.
It's a
Oh,
classic movie. It's
isn't it
such a good movie.
that Dan is original and funny instead of quoting something?
Oh, thank you.
What?
See?
No, Dan just always references It's Always Sunny and nobody knows except me and Zealot.
That's not true.
Like all his jokes.
Yeah, I don't watch a ton of it, but I like the show.
My favorite scene from that whole show that I've seen, because I haven't ever seen a full episode, but I love the scene where he finds out that there's a second room in the apartment this entire time that is behind that door or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, that happened on Futurama.
Yeah, I
I
was
like
on
when
Futurama too. Yeah.
yeah,
When they
with
had
Bender's
Bender-
apartment.
Yeah, Bender is like, this is my closet. And it's just like, wait, your closet is so big. He's like, yeah, I don't use that for anything. You want to sleep in there?
Yeah. I like when Frank goes to a
I gotta
mortician
go.
to get his
I'm getting
makeup
a
done.
call from my mom. Talk to you guys later.
See you, Aiden.
Later, Aiden.
See you later.
I'm glad you're becoming an Orthodox.
Lady
You got-
Aiden.
It was a good.
Do you guys like
conversion
this
story.
shit when you're fasting, Dan?
What is that?
It's this like marshmallow stuff on a sandwich.
Oh, I
Jet
guess I
puff.
could do that, couldn't I? I didn't even
We-
realize
Okay.
it
it's
has
called
no egg in it.
fluff. Is that fluff?
Does it have egg?
Yeah, there's no egg. It's just like corn syrup, sugar, water. So
Fluffy
it's
nut.
really bad for you, but it's so good.
Yeah, Lent is going to be upon us.
I do it like this. I do it on a
Hey, so with your
tortilla.
fasting, what do you have to fast from?
Meat, like meat, dairy, and oil if it's very strict.
And masturbation.
Yay.
Well, masturbation's always a sin, so you always have to fast from that.
Okay, that sounds like really tough.
It is.
Yeah, I think I'm partaking in
How dare
a Lenten challenge where we do certain
Me
things.
and Zealots have a cool
Sacrifices.
religion, so we could still eat fish, and we pretty much just don't eat meat, but we could still eat cheese and fish and stuff.
Yeah, you guys can just
Okay,
eat fish fillets on Fridays.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sold. I got to be Catholic. I can't give up.
Oh, you guys can't eat fish, Daniel?
no.
Well, we
And they
can
can't
on
eat
certain
cheese.
days. Certain days we will be able to, but like for the most part, yeah, no cheese, no meat during Lent. That's just like Lent is the strictest fast that we
But
do.
what he can eat, which is
Yeah.
weird, he can't eat fish, but he could eat shellfish like shrimp.
Yeah,
and
we can eat as much shellfish as
scallops.
we want and scallops, any kind of crustacean.
Oh, you can eat sea bugs.
That's
basically.
right.
Sea bugs.
Bugs.
It's so fun during Lent to like take advantage of these fish fries everywhere.
We got the best lobsters up here. We got the Maine lobsters right on our coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, orthodoxy is like the strongest difficulty level. If there was like if it was Christianity was a video game, Orthodox would be like legendary setting for difficulty.
Oh wow.
I think Baptist would be harder, like
Why?
Bruce Wayne and them,
Why?
Because
Yeah,
you just have to
because they
believe.
give up so much that they're just constantly miserable because they're not allowed to do anything.
Just because we don't dance or
They're not allowed to drink ever. They're not allowed to date.
Well, being
no,
a proper
yeah,
Catholic would be
course.
pretty legendary.
Although I don't know, some of these Baptist men be taking me on dates sometimes. I don't know.
And how do those go, Terry? How do those go?
Terribly, gosh.
Terribly.
Gotta find yourself a Catholic or an ortho, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Orthodox, it's like dating isn't really dating. It's just like you're getting to know the person that you want to marry.
Straight to the bedroom. You don't even date. Straight to the point.
And that's legendary status, Daniel? No, I'm
That's
just kidding.
that's the opposite, because most people that date, they end up having sex, like during that process. But you
They
have to
have
wait.
it at the beginning.
You have to wait until you get married.
Yo.
Were you Orthodox, Jess, before you got married? Or
No,
was it
I
something
was
after?
Southern Baptist before I got married.
Oh, wow.
Now, that's not to say that there aren't Orthodox couples that make a mistake and they do fornicate and they have to confess for that, and they are denied communion for that week because they did that. But it does end up happening sometimes, but you're not supposed to. And it's the thing with Orthodoxy is like there is no like sin that can just like completely get you out of the church. Like you there's always forgiveness and grace. There's an
Here's a
economy of grace.
personal question, Dan. Since you've received communion the first time, how many weeks have you been denied it?
None, because I haven't. Yeah.
Hold on, you guys get denied?
You could if you were if
For
the
your own
priest,
protection, yeah.
yeah, if the priest like detects that you're not taking it seriously, and like, yeah, you can be denied.
And
it.
Rocor, if you don't attend the vigil the night before, they won't let you take it.
Yeah, and you got to do recent confession. So like if you haven't done a confession in a whole month, like you could be denied.
Yep.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, because it's like within a month you've done a sin. Like you just need to search deep and be
So
like,
how do they
did I get
know?
angry at somebody? Like there's something there.
So when you do confession, if the sin is like real bad, like you were saying, like premarital sex, would they deny you that week, even though you're supposed to be like forgiven for that sin since you confessed?
I haven't ran into that problem, so I don't know. What would you say,
Yeah.
Jess?
What?
Clay's question was, if you had premarital sex and you confess to that, would you automatically be denied a communion?
I don't know. I think it really depends on your priest. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
it depends on the priest and how well he knows you and
What if
how
you're
you felt
married?
about it.
What if you're married in Orthodoxy and you're having sex just for fun and you're not planning on having a kid with your wife? Is that a sin?
Well, it's not
That's a fuzzy area.
I'd imagine that's a
it's not for
venial sin.
It's not for fun. It's for love, and like it's
Yeah.
because there are some couples that can't conceive, and like it is proper. Like we don't look at our bodies as being this bad thing, and like God blesses the union between the man and the woman. They become one flesh. So like consummating that isn't a sin.
Yeah. What about other stuff that's not like traditional sex, like blowjobs and stuff? Would that be considered a sin?
In the Catholics, we're not supposed to.
Yo,
I don't know, man.
You're
if
not.
You're not supposed to. Why would that? When I was a kid, why would that priest do it?
Clay,
Dude. Stop. What's wrong with you?
That was in it. I didn't know that the Orthodox did that.
The stream's not supposed to be that Catholic.
Yeah, I believe it's more. We try to leave it up to the individual's conscience. Like you shouldn't knowingly be receiving in unworthily. I'm not opposed to it though, because the Bible does say, or that church tradition teaches that the bishops are the guardians of the Eucharist. So that does make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terry's in the
Somebody
backstage.
let Terry back in.
Terry, come back.
Yeah, I timed out Bruce. I'm not putting up with him talking to Pike like that.
Yeah, Pike's our brother.
I asked Logan if it was okay.
Welcome back, Terry.
But if you want to be mad at me, be mad at me.
Bruce and Tim are always so hostile.
Sorry, Terry. I don't see the point of that to act like that. That's exactly why the stream is the way it is today.
And I appreciate that, Gangster Ghost. You're a real one.
Gangster told me when he invited me, he's like, if it goes well, it's gonna be Orthodox and Catholic from here on out only.
It's just a trial run.
Big. If you're a sacramental Christian, you get banning privileges.
Okay, so what did y'all wear to church?
I wore this.
I was tired, man. I wore my hoodie.
I wore this
and a polo shirt underneath.
I wore this Thug Life, Elon Musk, Trump, JD Vance.
You didn't go to church today, Clay. You should have, though.
Your wife didn't go to church either, Clay? She's not more Catholic than the Zealot.
She's too damn pregnant to be going because she'll have to pee every like 20 minutes.
Just 1 month, everybody. 1 month until this man is going to be a proud daddy of a daughter.
Wow.
Daddy Clay.
Yeah. Then I won't be able to join these because you guys are way too like inappropriate for children.
Whatever, you're the only inappropriate one here.
That's funny.
But we put up with it because Clay's at least easygoing.
Yeah.
Brother Pike changes his teaching to what's wrong with the Bruce Baptist like Bruce.
Right?
Yeah.
On behalf of the Baptists, I want to say we don't claim Bruce.
Yeah,
Right?
that's like that other
Well,
the dub what Dubs or someone. He has some
But-
crazy
What if-
Catholic ideas.
What if Bruce goes live one day? He's like, "This is my church, you guys," and it's like the Westboro Baptist Church. This is my.
You're gonna die in your sins. He's like showing up to like veterans' funerals.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just imagine
every
like
right to be
not
here.
getting your way and just straight up attacking somebody for no reason because of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy things that have happened. Oh, that's a nice dog.
Yeah, it's Roscoe.
Oh,
He's like, the chickens are safe. Let me get
What-
some lunch.
how's Roscoe going to treat the baby? You think?
Good. If he don't, we're gonna have to put him down.
Yeah. Well, between your kid and a pet, obviously your kid always wins.
You know.
Yeah, man.
We're not these sissy liberals around here. My wife will take him out back and put one behind his ear.
I often wonder about that because, like, cats are cheeks. And if I had a baby, like, would my cat try to sleep on top of it?
Yeah, cats like they, I like cats, but like they do have fecal matter in like their paws and stuff. It can, I don't know. I'd have to look
It
at
does
the latest
not.
study.
No, they do, and they carry like viruses and stuff.
Yeah, there's
They
like a
might not be
brain
the
worm.
baby, yeah.
Terry, you
I
probably
had
have a
a-
brain worm.
I had a cat in the
That's
the
okay.
house
It
that-
makes her cool, like RFK Jr.
Stop.
Yeah.
Why do people always do that? Like, they always say you've got, like, what is that? What
It's
is
some
it?
brain worm. It's from
cat
breathing in
scratch
their shit.
fever.
Called, like,
Cat scratch fever.
what is it? Trick is something?
Trichinosis, something like that.
Yeah.
They say
I don't-
people, it's like an actual worm in your brain, and it's real common in people who die in extreme ways, like motorcycle wrecks and stuff. They say
Well, I don't
because
think
it like
that.
screws
They
with
do
your sense of
riskier
judgment.
behavior. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen what the rats do? So the rats will literally chase cats after they get it.
Yeah,
They get
it makes them sexually
aroused by
attracted.
the smell of cats, and they'll chase
Yeah.
cats.
It's weird.
So weird.
I saw that. Like, it makes them sexually
find the
attracted
video.
to the smell
Yeah.
of their piss.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So that way the worm is smart enough to do that to the rat. So that way the cat will eat it and then pass it on to all these women that own cats.
I find it
Stop
interesting
it.
the cats cover their tracks when they're done going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, that's wise. You don't want somebody, like, finding it and try to come after you.
Isn't it funny though, Terry? You ever watch your cat go over there and they're just like pawing at it for like
I yell at him if he does it for too long. It's irritating. It's like, it's okay. It's been 3 minutes. Okay. Stop.
See?
What's weird about cats is how they require like no potty training and they just know.
Super cool, right?
That's because they're demons.
We had this cat I found in the woods that was like maybe 6-7 weeks old. And it was like obviously a feral cat, but it was young enough to like grab. And then we showed it the litter box and it just like looked at me and went right in and did its thing.
I was like, thank you,
Like-
Clay. This is really nice.
Yeah, it needed like no training or anything.
There you go.
No, not toxoplasmosis. I don't have that.
And the way it does this, it tricks
Everyone who has a
rats
cat
into
has
being
it.
sexually attracted to cat urine. So literally, their testicles swell, their dicks get hard, and they
Sorry.
become fearless. It rewires their sexual reward system to make them horny for cat piss.
I like how that rat was totally beating that cat.
I know.
Yeah, the
Look at
cats
these
are like,
cats
what are you
running
Cats
doing?
don't
away.
understand why this rat is running
Did you see that?
up against them. The rat is literally
I used to keep rats too as pets. So you had a bunch of rats back in the day.
That's so wild.
But once I found Nero, he became the main thing.
Nero from the Roman Empire.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
gangster.
Yeah, he's Roman. Well, technically he's Mexican, but
I
he has
used
his
to
own name.
I used to spray this apartment complex, and this lady had a whole bunch of pet rats in her unit. And when they found out about it, because I was like, they have like 50 rats, and they're like rat, and I'm like, no, like pet rats. They're in cages and hutches and stuff. And they went to evict her, and she punched holes in the walls let all her rats out and left. And then we had
Oh my! Why
was
would
a
you do that
nightmare.
to your rats? They're just gonna get like.
I
hurt
guess she
by
didn't
it.
actually care about them. She was kind of a little bit of a hoarder. She was kind of crazy. But yeah, like, and then that entire apartment building overnight was infested by rats, and they started reproducing because they were all out and together because none of them were fixed or anything.
Did you have to
It was
kill them all?
crazy. It took me a year to get rid of them all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were in the walls. It was really bad.
Were they like domestic rats where they were like white and black?
They were
and
like white
stuff?
and black, and some of them were gray like wild rats.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got this poison I use in my chicken coops. It's called Just One Bite. And it's the best stuff I've ever used because I think it really is just one bite because we'll put it out and then the next like day I'll see like dead mice all over just like laying around.
Yeah.
And then it's supposedly if the chickens eat the dead mouse or the dogs, it's not like it only kills once.
It's digested in their stomach, they should be fine.
Yeah. Like it won't pass on
No.
if something eats it.
Yeah, that's why California, like the pest control industry in California is really bad because you can't poison rats. They use like non-poisonous bait that doesn't actually kill them. It just tells you where they are. It's so stupid. Like it's pointless. And they say that hawks and owls will eat the rats and then die, but there's not enough active ingredient in their stomach for that to happen.
There's a few that are marketed though where it's like the stuff I got where it's like this is a rodenticide, so like if a dog eats it, it won't do anything. Like it only affects rodents.
Carrie, are you okay? Did your cat just like fart?
No, I'm thinking about the poor rats getting killed.
They deserved it.
No.
They got to be free for a while.
It's so sad. I'm still upset like that somebody who was a rat who kept rats as pets would do that to their rats. Like why would
They
you
did it out of spite, actually. Like they did it out of spite to screw over
but,
the
like,
apartment owners.
Yeah, but what about these animals that you've been taking care of? Like it's just amazing to me. Like
Well,
that you
from
treat your pets that way.
From personal experience being in and out of a lot of households, there are people that just keep animals because they think that's something you do, and they don't like their animals or treat their animals very nice at all.
Yeah,
Like I see it all the time.
Look how many people raise rats and mice though because they keep reptiles and they keep them as feeders. Yeah. So maybe that's what that lady was. Like maybe she was selling them or
it could be, snakes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I imagine too keeping 50. I mean, that's outrageous amount of rats.
That would be normal for like a feeder though.
Yeah, you want to know something? You might be right, Clay, because I would see little pinkies and stuff and little warming beds and stuff. So maybe that's what she was doing.
Probably raising them for like feeders.
Wow.
Oh, that's so sad.
So that's probably why she didn't care about it. She was just like, whatever. Yeah. Even though if that was your way of income, wouldn't you want to take them with you? It just doesn't make
sense. It's probably just crazy.
You could start all over. They breed so fast, and you could go to like any reptile store and get a rat for like $2.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be like expensive to get back into, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, rats are crazy.
I used to raise rabbits. In a lot
what
of
do
guys.
you think, gangster? Would you own a rat?
There's also a little bit of an echo.
Pretty smart. I mean, they can be social once they're not scared of people. They can seem pretty nice.
I'm a gangster. I'm gonna pass on the rat.
Real cuddle bug rats that love to cuddle.
Yeah.
And play. You can teach them tricks.
You guys should come to Boston and take all of our rats. I'll have a pet rat.
Nice, Carrie, but because of the line of women, I hate them because I've seen them make people sick and cause people to die just by being around.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I have to deal with people in my job too who deal with like vermin and rat issues.
Yeah.
So like it's pretty tough. And it's also really traumatizing when people are dealing with a rat infestation, especially.
Yeah, it's just really hard.
But I mean, I still love them.
Yeah.
You know?
One time I
More
went
and
in the
more.
basement and I was looking for these rats, and I was like pushing up the ceiling tiles in the basement, and one of them fell, and all this dog food and rat poop just fell on me, and there was about 50 pounds of dog food up in the drop ceiling in the basement that they had stashed there, and they were just living in the drop ceiling. And I got super sick from getting all that poop all over me, even though I was wearing a respirator.
Damn.
He
That
needs a stronger
sucks.
immune system, Clay, huh?
Well, I don't think you can really fight back against that much bacteria.
I know. Rats are just gross, dude. The only good rats are the rats with wings, they call them.
Bats.
Bats?
No, pigeons. You've never heard people call pigeons like rats with wings?
I've gotten sick from pigeons too, but I don't hate them as much as rats.
I thought you said your kid wanted one
Huh?
because of us. You were saying your kid wants a pigeon as a
Yeah, he
pet.
does want one. No, but I used to work in Baltimore, and I would have to like you'd have these strip malls, and they had those breezeways, and there's like a storage area with a little attic access where it's like covered so you can walk on the sidewalk in the rain, and the pigeons would all get up in there, and I would have to go in and evict them. I would have to like shovel out all their stuff, put on a Tyvek suit, and I didn't hurt them or anything like that. But I would go and just shovel all their stuff out, and then and you have to do it a certain time of year so there's not babies, and then I would have to put the stuff that scares them and
AJ Clay looking like Sam
it
Shimon.
chases them away, and then steal everything up.
That's how he does all his videos.
Stealing.
Hey,
hold on, I'll be right
Daniel,
back. I smell something burning.
Do you guys have any Orthodox YouTube channels you gather church tradition or history from, or do you strictly go with your parish?
Oh well, I have Orthodox YouTubers that I like to watch, like the big one that is on my mind is Patristic
bird?
Nectar.
That's a
Patristic Nectar
pigeon.
is really good.
I've heard of him.
But there's also oh gosh, I think is it Father Seraphim? Yeah, I think it's Seraphim is his name.
Taller, skinnier gentleman?
Let me.
I think I know him.
I'm not sure if I'm getting the name right, actually.
Yeah, I've seen him on YouTube.
Here, I'll look through my subscriptions here. I'll let you know. There's Orthodox Traditions. That's good. I also am subscribed to a monastery that I got my tiger bead prayer bracelet from.
Yeah, wristed bear. Me too.
Let's see.
I was almost on there the other night, AJ, but I got in this backstage too late. Patristic Pillars.
Oh, okay.
He was closing up.
Patristic Nectar is what I'm talking about, not Pillars.
Yeah, someone in the chat had mentioned Patristic Pillars.
Orthodox Meme Squad is amazing. So Patristics, just Patristix. Father Spiridon, that's who I was thinking of. Father Spiridon is great. I love his stuff.
Hey, can you see what Jamie's saying in the chat? He says he can prove Irenaeus believed in conditional immortality. Oh, dang, it just went down. What's he talking about?
God is good. God don't want you to pay no mind to that, Terry.
Yeah. I love Jamie, but like, yeah, the saints are in heaven, so I'm not gonna really entertain that idea.
Yeah.
So Daniel, I do have a question for you. Since you're mentioning YouTube channels, is Jay Dyer, is he one you tend to avoid because of his combative behavior?
I've just heard about him from Jess, and I tuned into one of his streams, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not really into this. Like, I'm sure he's serving some kind of purpose, because there's a lot of people who are like very boastful and arrogant, and they think they know everything, and he kind of just shuts everybody down with logic. But that's not typically how we do things. Although, man, that's so cute, Roscoe eating that sandwich. Yeah, Jay Dyer, it comes maybe a little too hot. Comes in a little too hot, you know.
Yeah,
he doesn't show the love of Christ too much.
I do, Wristed Bear, but how come? Does he not have the Holy Spirit, the love for charity?
Well, it's the internet is a dark place, and it can really influence you, and you got to be careful about that to make sure that you, you don't let that cloud your judgment. Clay, do you have a bit of an echo going on?
Try it
Was
now. I'm gonna
is
mute
it a
it.
buzz
Yeah,
at
I can
me?
hear
Hold
myself.
on.
No, I don't think it's well.
Because I appreciate Sam Shimones. I think he does just the right amount of like coarseness, but with like jokeful playing, but also hammering home the points. Whereas I don't get the same vibe from Jay Dyer. I don't listen to him though because he's Orthodox, but they could probably seem comparable.
I mean,
But I don't.
yeah, I've seen his debates with other Catholics. It's just that he's very like I would say he's worse than even Sam Simone because it just seems like
Yeah, I would agree. That's why I think I prefer Sam's approach better, even though it's
like I think
still a
when
little
he was
coarse.
debating Eric Ybarra, he just shut him down. Like he didn't even let him speak. I said, this is not even
I
a
think
debate anymore.
I think Jay
And
Dyer
Ybarra's
is
pretty good.
I think Jay Dyer is good for the prots that like just want to fight with anybody. He shuts them down super fast and kind of humbles them. So I think he's good for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could definitely learn. You can learn some good truths about Catholicism and I'd imagine Orthodoxy from some YouTubers. But also, you always test the spirit and check whatever anyone's saying,
Yeah.
myself included, obviously. But that's why I take the approach similar to Daniel's. I'm not trying to preach or do no ministry or anything. I'm just trying to inform people of the truth, beauty, and goodness of the Catholic Church and get their butts in the pew.
Amen.
If I
Yeah.
can inform them of anything I'm aware of,
Yeah.
by all means. But I'll always check with the catechism compared to what I tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, it's funny the no debate. I don't like to debate either, and it's not because I'm dumb or I don't study at all, but it's just because I don't want to get into that energy all the time. And some people, that's all they do. They want to debate to prove that they know better, but honestly, a debate doesn't prove if someone's correct or not.
Yeah.
It's usually a personality thing, and what is correct,
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
because especially I like YouTube comments. I love reading YouTube comments. But whenever I watch a debate, and if you go through the comments, it's interesting how a lot of people seem to just have like blinders on, and they just agree with whoever they were agreed with before. Because sometimes a debate can be like objectively one guy won, whether they're points, but like just how they won the debate. And some people just are blind and just because it's what they believe, it's that guy won.
Yeah. The victory of Christ and his
Hey,
church.
Bear, are you Brandon?
Brandon.
I want to see.
What was that Brandon thing? They were calling Joe Biden Brandon.
No. It's I'm not.
Let's go, Brandon. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
go, Brandon. Yeah.
Hey, Logan, is it okay if I invite my friend who's former Orthodox?
Oh, now Catholic?
Sure, you can say that if you want. I mean,
Okay, is he a Baptist now?
no. Hold on. See if I can get him to come in. Why can't I copy this?
But yeah, what I was going to say is that the victory of Christ and his church is self-evident, and it's been fought and bled over. And for us to come on and be a stand-in for that is actually probably impious. We are supposed to be a light as laity to the world. So,
Don't be
I think pious. Yeah, pious. Piety. Yeah, people look at that like zealotry. They think of that as a dirty word, but it's not. You actually are supposed to be pious.
Yeah, it just takes a bath. It could be a clean word.
Yeah, and we're called to be righteous, but not self-righteous.
You're
so.
safe now, Christian, by the way. Daddy made the bad man go away.
Oh, that's good.
Hey, Christian, so you're going to have on I guess I don't know if you want to spoil it or not, but like, do you believe that the church is Israel?
Guess you'll just have to tune in and find out.
I love it, brother
you
Pike.
do,
I
you
love
do.
it.
You thought I was gonna give it away?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you're a bit of a wild card when it comes to theology because you have like some ideas from dispensationalism. I think you said to me once.
You
but,
gotta
Yeah.
like,
keep them
not
guessing,
all of
Daniel.
them. Yeah.
Keep them on their toes. Keep them
Got
coming
to
to
keep
church
'em
every
guessing.
Sunday, right, brother?
Don't let them figure you out. Look, I'm
They don't
liable to
know
show
what
up
I'm
at the
preaching
Methodist
next
on
week. They
Sunday.
got to come see.
Well, it's funny
Like-
when you talk to a dispensationalist, they'll actually admit to you. They're like, actually, they overlap. It's like, oh, so then they're not really a dispensation then. It's like,
Well, I
oh.
think a lot of people use the word dispensationalist different too, because I've noticed when I listen to other people use it, they don't mean the same thing that I mean. So I think it's one of those words.
Yeah, it's a biblical word, just like predestination is a biblical word, and free grace is a biblical word. But people make a whole theology out of that, and that's when you get into error.
That's the problem with everybody is they want to take 5 or 10 scriptures and build a whole religion out of it.
Yep.
Your name is a biblical.
They love to pick and choose, don't they?
They sure do.
But there's a
It's like,
whole Bible.
look at you, heretical Orthodox, taking everything into account. How dare you?
You think the Old Testament and New
I like how
Testament
you
are
did that, Jess.
connected?
Jesus abolished that.
You guys gonna be at the show? Anybody? Y'all probably
He
got your own
just
show, don't
he
you?
just came
So
right
I
out of the
probably will,
womb
Brother
and just
Pike.
rebuked Mary, and he said, "You don't matter anymore."
I got invited to my buddy's house, but maybe because of the snow, he's not doing it anymore. He hasn't responded, so if I don't go, I'll probably join in on you.
I'll try,
Yeah.
but I also got invited to a Super Bowl party.
Oh.
I don't
For all
want
you
to go.
guys
I
who
don't
are
watch
watching the
this.
Super
I
Bowl on
don't
the
like
stream.
sports.
There's a Super Bowl party at our church, but I'm not going to go to it.
There's a Super Bowl party.
I understand in Daniel's case, he's in the state where one of the teams is from.
Well, the Super Bowl party is actually like we're actually going to be donating money to like to good charities and stuff like that. So
No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, too bad the Patriots aren't in the Super Bowl, huh, guys?
Womp womp.
The Seahawks?
The Patriots Seahawks?
No,
Sherry?
the Seahawks. I'm
Yeah,
from
they.
the Pacific Northwest. We got to rep the Seahawks.
Oh, well, you know what's really close to Seahawks? Eagles. They're both birds. Go birds.
Evolutionarily, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, gangster, who won that debate yesterday? Evolution and creation.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, creation.
Oh.
Yeah, we got like probably like 5, 6, 7 inches.
I don't think evolution like should be a faith thing. I think it's really weird that people tie their faith to evolution and whether or not
no.
like it's real or not. Because like, what are you gonna do if there's more evidence that that evolution happened? You know, are you going to
I'll
deny your
ignore
faith?
it. Duh.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Like I do everything else I don't care
How
about.
God created us, you know, like I don't know. That's up to God. Like,
Yeah, I agree. I don't really think much about evolution, so
Yeah, I try to stay away from those side you know,
it's like the flat earth thing.
Because
It's
there's
like,
so
yeah.
much you can look into the faith that some of those things I find less than worthy of our times.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, especially from the Catholic perspective, the Catholics were like huge into science. Like they were the pioneers of science, you know, for the longest time.
A lot of people forget that. So that thanks for saying that, Daniel. Because yeah, in modernity, a lot of people say, "Oh, you Catholics are backwards people. Haven't you heard about science? Like science and God can't coexist." And it's like, wait, as you just said, the Catholics were like very big on the sciences.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't understand how people don't get that. We believe in God, so science would just be like how our minds rationalize what God created. Like they're not separate. You know what I mean?
You know
And
that
us Orthodox, we just leave it to a mystery. We just say all we care about is our liturgical time. Like the world can fall apart around
Well,
us.
just so like
for all we care.
mathematics, like just the whole language of mathematics. So like we just think that's like putting our brains to the design of the world, trying to figure out God and like what He created. But they go together hand in hand. I think it's not like because we found out about science now we know God doesn't exist.
Oh.
A lot of postmodernists think that. I've heard from like friends and family. They're like, "Oh, haven't you heard? Like we have science nowadays, and you're still hanging on to that ancient religion."
Your lack of faith
Is the
disturbs me.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? What would you say to them? They ask you for proof for God. What would you say?
The proof is all around us. I mean, we exist. This world couldn't have made itself, and it's so clearly designed for us.
What would you say?
Den?
To Aden. You say? What proof for God would you say to them?
That's a good question.
You guys see how
The
cool Josh is
resurrection. I would say the
cracking the TV in?
resurrection
Oh.
of our Christ Jesus. What more proof do you need? A man that, by all accounts, lived, was crucified, was buried, and rose again 3
historicity
days
of it.
later. Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you think?
there's more like history evidence that Jesus did what he did than like
Born of a virgin,
yeah,
and rose from the dead.
and all the prophecies are completely in sync, and like we've had it vindicated by
I
the
came
Dead
up
Sea
with a pretty
Scrolls.
good answer, Daniel.
Well,
that's awesome.
if I wanted to add a little sauce to mine, I mean, you could look at the finely tuned universe. Like if anything was a
Sauce
little
is
bit
the
off,
boss.
the entire universe would fall apart. So it's
Hey guys, I gotta jump off. I hope to see you guys at 7.
God bless,
Take
brother.
care.
the
Walk with God.
God is the church is Israel.
What if it turns out you're Israel?
I'm part of Israel. Yeah,
Oh, here's
I struggle with God.
a street preacher with the last name of Israel.
Yeah, there's a couple of them.
What the heck are you talking about, Josh?
Gangsta, I know a guy named Ishmael.
Oh no.
What happened?
No, nothing. He's a good guy, Ishmael.
Yeah, but what's the story there?
I didn't even see Latin A today. Where's she at, Terry? She loves learning about Catholicism.
Well, I don't know if she knows about Gangster Ghost channel.
I'm streaming. I'm streaming from the
Oh.
den.
She might
does.
be I mean, I don't usually see her until later in the day anyway. I think she's kind of busy during the day.
The creeps come out at night. The
Latin
creeps come
A,
out.
You've been on here before.
Yeah, she's good people.
Okay, good.
Oh, President Trump just declared today is Gulf of America Day. I didn't look at the news.
Happy Gulf of America
He's
Day.
doing
Gulf
a
of
good
America
job,
Day,
huh,
everybody.
Gangsta? He's doing a
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you asked me about the evolution thing yesterday, and I had that long pause.
Mm-hmm. You're like, what should I say here? Who am I going to upset?
I'm like, oh, how do I tiptoe around this?
Yeah.
I tell you though, whoever follows Trump's gonna have some big shoes to fill as president, huh?
That'll be Vance.
Vance, yeah, he's gonna have some big shoes to fill, Gangsta.
And his VP is going to be you.
Or Vivek. I like Vivek as the next VP.
And Daniel could be his head of security.
Oh,
with
yeah.
his katana. Daniel just walks around next to him with his katana.
Yeah.
A katana. How about one of these bad boys?
Oh,
You look like a dangerous young man.
Don't flash your piece.
that's a squirt gun.
It was just.
Don't just whip it out like that, Daniel.
YouTube, that's
How
a
dare
squirt
you.
gun.
Oh,
Yeah.
like this? Super Hulk.
Dun, 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 dun. Those abs look like my abs, Gangsta.
Yeah. Like this?
Baby
Father
Aiden.
Charles.
Baby
Yeah.
Aiden.
This would be
Baden.
Charles.
Yep, my favorite. Bruce getting baptized by Father Charles.
As a baby.
I actually.
Like this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I actually got training from the same guy who retrained the Secret Service when there was a debacle. I think it was under Obama was the debacle where like they found that they couldn't unholster and shoot very fast, so he had to retrain them. And we just happened to have him at this classic clay target program, and he was just like, "I'm gonna teach you guys how to shoot pistols." And I was like, I was young at the time and full of myself, and I was just like, "We're here to shoot clays, like." why are we learning about pistols? I'm not even old enough to own a pistol yet. And he's like, just shut up and like listen, because one of these days this might save your life. And so he taught us like a bunch of great things, like keeping both eyes open and how you can move your body and have moving targets. And he's just like, all these things apply to shooting clays, because it's a motion target shooting. You don't shoot stationary targets.
Why
So
do you
You
want
also, in a situation where you have to shoot, you also usually aren't stationary yourself. You should also know how to shoot and move at the same time.
move. Yeah, that's what he taught. And like to have situational
Are you
awareness, to
talking
have
about
both eyes
Sonny
open.
Pazikas?
No, that wasn't who it was.
Look up Sonny Pazikas. He's Orthodox and he's a firearms instructor.
Oh, nice.
Why
Yeah.
would you shoot clay for? What did he ever do to you?
Well, Clay, he makes these jokes, and no, I'm talking about clay pigeons.
Oh,
yeah, orange
like
target.
this? Oh, sorry.
No, but they fly in the air, and you shoot them, sporting clays.
Man, that is terrifying.
Yeah.
Brother Pike's on
it's-
overtime trying to clean
it's
up Gangsta's
thrilling.
cat.
I'll get the blood flowing for sure.
Yeah, like this.
Ah!
Oh, like this.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Terry, have you ever shot a gun? Nice. What'd you shoot?
Oh, I shot my dad's sawed-off shotgun.
A sawed-off
I
shotgun.
hated it. It was
All right.
horrible.
Yeah, that's got a kick.
Not only was the thing heavy, but I had to hold it to my shoulder, and the kickback was so intense, I couldn't do it again. My dad was like, "Okay, do it again." I was like, "There ain't no way I'm going to be able to lift this and do it again." I was in so much pain from having shot it. So yeah, that was the only time I ever shot a gun.
Yeah,
I mean, I grew up with them, but I was really not into them.
So I got to tell you about the first time I ever shot a shotgun.
Tell us.
Okay, so I was on my uncle's farm, and they're all shooting. Now, my uncle has World War II era machine guns and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? And so they were shooting shotguns, and they were shooting clays over the pond. And they're like, "Hey, you want to learn to shoot a gun?" And I'm 8 years old. And they hand me this gun, and they're like, "Okay, hold it up to your shoulder, and then point it at." There was one of those telephone pole ties, sticking up out of the middle of the pond. And it had a little sign on it. And he goes, "Yeah, just go ahead and shoot at that post over there." And I pulled the trigger, and I saw the post disappear, and I was on my back because they gave me a 6 gauge with a hot load in it.
A 6 gauge? They
A
don't even
6 gauge.
typically make those anymore.
Yeah, I didn't know. I'd never shot a gun, and it almost knocked me out. It was crazy, and just completely destroyed this post. I mean, it's like a telephone pole.
Are you
and
sure?
just destroyed the top of it.
Are you sure it was a 6 gauge? Was it a 10 gauge?
Yeah,
maybe?
no, it was a 6 gauge.
6 gauge. Wow.
They make them as low as 4 gauge, which I did not know that until I got a little older. But yeah, they told me
those are
later.
mounted to a boat.
Yeah, they told me later about that, and that it wasn't a regular shotgun, because I remember by the time I was 12, I never wanted to shoot a shotgun again. And then they were like, "Oh, that was different," and they showed it to me. But yeah, it was a 6 gauge shotgun.
Wow.
That's a lot of gauges.
Yeah.
Yeah, with shotguns, the lower you go, the bigger it is. So if
Yeah, 12 gauges is regular.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's probably what Terry shot, was a 12 gauge.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was big.
Yeah. They make them as small as
14.
410. Yeah, 410
Yeah,
is actually
410. 410 is like a pistol caliber.
Yeah, or a
I need
rifle.
something
Yeah,
really
45
easy.
caliber. Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
what would you recommend? Nice little easy girly gun for somebody with nimble fingers. Well, not nimble, but kind
Get
of
yourself a little 22.
a little 22.
Yeah, 22s anybody can
Get
shoot.
yourself like a Ruger 22, something like that. I like the 10-22. I like the little Ruger rifle.
Yeah, those are cool. I have a lever action 22 mag. That's really nice. And it
Yeah.
just it doesn't have any kick at all, you know.
I gotta go get my gun license.
We don't need licenses in Kentucky.
Really?
Yeah, you can just carry concealed with no permit or anything.
Yeah, Massachusetts. We are a lot of
Kinda
bureaucracy
woke.
up there. We
Kinda
got
woke.
a lot of bureaucracy.
The land of the free, but not quite. Not quite.
Not quite yet.
free.
I heard that didn't Trump just do an executive order for the Second Amendment? I haven't even looked at the details of it.
Wow, he's so
He's
busy.
just gonna sign one called "Shall not be infringed."
Yeah, you can have machine guns now. Oh, I'd be so happy.
You can have belt-fed machine guns now.
You can have sawed-off shotguns. It's fine. Yeah, a
can
sawed-off
even
shotgun,
mount
by the
them
way,
to your
Terry, is
drones.
highly
We don't
illegal.
care.
I
Do
know.
whatever you
I
want.
know. I wonder what happened to it. Like, I don't know if my dad sold it or what.
Yeah.
It's lost somewhere out there, or maybe it stayed in the family. I don't know. But I didn't get it. Anyway. Yeah.
I have a little bullpup conversion, Ruger 1022, and it's pretty short, and it's a bullpup, and it's nice. It's really fun, super tactical.
Oh, okay. So they're going to look at every single right that infringes on the Second Amendment in this executive order. So we'll see what they do about it. Oh my gosh, because it's the ATF that's responsible. So like, if he wanted to, he could get rid of all of that. What is it called? The National Firearms Act.
Yeah, but you know what the standard for the law is?
What about the Patriot Act? We need to get rid of that.
It has to be that too, but with the firearm stuff, it has to be in regular use, so you have to be able to justify it by like common use, right? And the thing is if they just pull back enforcement and don't enforce silencers, they don't enforce automatic weapons, and they just don't enforce it, and it becomes the norm, then they can't make laws against it because that's common now. So that's all they would have to do. They could literally just appoint a gun nut to head the ATF, which they joked about having Brandon Herrera do it. And then all he would have to do is not enforce anything, and then it would just become common use.
Silencers would be great for home defense because, like, if in the worst case, you never want to have to defend your life or anything, but
yeah,
if you are, should you have to sacrifice your hearing because of it?
Yeah, well, they could probably. I think there's something called the Hearing Protection Act that actually legalized certain aspects of silencers being easier to get. But yeah, I mean, people don't realize like you can still hear it. It sounds like a gun going off. It just doesn't deafen you.
You can tell a gun went off. It's not like anyone's gonna get fooled. It's not like a movie where it's like.
Another thing about using a silencer is it actually slows down the round a bit, so it'll be more lethal on the intruder and maybe less likely to go through a wall and then into a neighbor's house if you're using a rifle caliber.
Yep.
Man, this convo is so butch.
Yep.
What's butch mean?
It means like manly, tough.
What's butch? What are you talking about?
Your convo about all these guns and stuff.
Oh. You can have a gun, Terry.
Yeah.
There are some really cool.
I'll endorse it.
There's
so Terry,
a new one that just came out called the Bobcat X20 that's like perfect for women because you don't have to rack it at all. It has a tip-up barrel and it shoots 22. It's just a little mouse gun. Yeah.
The thing for you though, Terry, if you're in a wheelchair, I would actually carry a larger gun because it's not going to kick as much. You get like a 9mm, like a Glock 19 or something like that,
or just mount it to your scooter.
Yeah, you can just have one over each shoulder. It's like two chain guns.
It just becomes a mech.
I don't think that would be legal in the county I'm in.
Some guys like try to chase you into an alley and you just look at them and you're like, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
We actually don't have alleys in Portland, at least not at least in the downtown area. Some neighborhoods do, but yeah.
Got it.
I'm not likely to get chased into an alley.
No, Terry does the chasing into alleys.
Yeah, she'd be doing the chasing. She'd be like, "Get back here! I'm gonna run you over."
Those Baptist boys, she's like, "This was a horrible date." They're like, "Sorry."
No, it's not that like that. It's just, I'm just saying, a lot of them vote Democrat or,
Not real men.
I've told you about this before, Mace.
or they're like divorced and stuff. And I'm like, why are you trying to date me?
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, we don't have that problems in the Catholic Church, Terry.
Terry, would you marry a divorced guy if he was like a great guy, a good provider? He didn't have a kid, and the reason he was divorced is because his wife just ran off on him. Would you marry that kind of guy?
I don't know. Like, really, I'm not. It's such a hypothetical, but because I could see like forgiving somebody who
like got completely screwed over and he doesn't even have any kids.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still feel kind of weird about it because like when I've like been
because he has a past.
It's not that he has a past because everybody has a past. It's more just the fact that he's someone else's husband. And I feel like weird.
A very Catholic answer, Terry. That's the
that is very Catholic.
Every time I've like dated anybody who was divorced, like
have you?
I've dated a couple guys that were divorced, yeah, and that's why I didn't really have an opinion about it.
What if he was married for 6 months and she died like in a car accident?
Well, that's widowed.
Yeah,
correct.
What if that happened?
Yeah.
Widows can be remarried.
You'd be cool with that?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have a problem with somebody who's like widowed, but like, I don't know. I also feel like I don't know. Like to me, it's you need to be equally yoked. Like if I were divorced, maybe I could see remarrying somebody who was divorced. If like time had passed and it seemed like the right situation.
Yeah.
Because I've seen people who've done that. Like there is a couple in my church. They both were married and had kids, and then like met each other later in life, and they kind of just complemented each other well and had the similar faith. So I do think their union has been blessed, and they divorced when they were not really walking with God at all. So I think that could happen. But for me, it's like, why would I get myself into a situation with somebody I'm not equally yoked with? Like, I don't have the baggage of having been through all of that. Like, why should I get with somebody who has been married before and like divorced and been through all that? It doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Just like, somebody who has kids too. Like, I don't know. It's like.
Yeah, and I appreciate that view, Terry, because more people should appreciate the marriage covenant instead of just viewing it as like boyfriends or something. As Terry said, no, if they're divorced, that's unless I was divorced also or something. But yeah, because people they kind of make it so frivolous, just being able to divorce and stuff. So I do appreciate that view of it.
I have to wonder, would it be acceptable? Let's say you have a woman who maybe she had something happen to her and she cannot have children at all. Would it be okay for someone like that to marry a divorced man?
Why should she have to marry a man who's already married?
What if she wants to have kids in her life?
Oh, you mean like if she wants to be like the stepmom?
Yeah.
These Orthodox have some weird marriage things, AJ.
No,
I'm just kidding, Jess. I'm just
getting opinions. That's all.
Just busting job.
I mean, I don't know. I can't decide for someone else what their life is gonna be. I know for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable like if I found I wasn't able to have kids. Like
that wouldn't open you up more to the idea of maybe a guy that's. I mean,
he'd have to be like a widower. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel comfortable. I'm not gonna. Why would I do that? Go and get with a
So the
guy
main
who's
point is she
divorced
has to
from
be
his
dead,
wife.
right? The ex.
Yeah, he's divorced from his wife, and then I'm gonna go in there and like,
And you got to deal with her being around.
yeah, or not being around, and like the kids resenting me. Like that's
Yeah.
what goes on, you know. Like
Yeah.
people naturally long for their own parents, and
Yeah.
there's conflict. I mean, just in my experience, my parents broke up when I was very young, and I was taken and raised by my father and his girlfriends. Man, it was hell, like dealing with that in my home. And like,
Yeah.
I just, yeah, I don't, I just would be very, I wouldn't want to get into that situation unless I knew I was going to be woman of the house and, you know, like actually have some level of mothering I could do to those kids,
Yeah.
you know, because I can't replace somebody else's mother, you know, I can't do that.
Yeah.
If she's not around, then I could be a figure that can like guide them. But if she is, then it's just going to be a mess.
Yeah, would you guys agree that it would be men allow women to fill the void of a mother in that instance easier or better than women allow men to fill the void of father? Not that they don't, but there's always that, well, you're not my father, and the mother has that. I feel like there's a slight difference, whereas a father who doesn't have a mother to his child would be more open to like giving the full reins of the motherhood, whereas the mother wouldn't. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
I know I don't want to be with a woman who has kids. You know, I want to make.
Yeah, well, that was kind of my point. Yeah, Daniel, but I don't feel like for the opposite side, it's as severe consequences. I didn't say that properly, but it's not quite as, because yeah, a guy that takes over as like a stepdad or something, he's lower on the totem pole because like a woman's kids, and perhaps the first guy always has that spot in the family, as opposed to a mother could fit. Like if a dad got rid of his wife, it's probably for not the same reasons as the other way, and he would adapt to a new mother coming in and being the mother of the family. I could just be biased there. I don't know.
Well, I think women have a much easier time though getting a stepfather than men do getting a stepmother.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. I wonder if it's for that reason though, because
I don't know.
No, it is. That's why me and AJ like the Catholic view, because it just makes it a lot less easier and less hypotheticals and things to worry about.
I know we talked about this too on my channel. Like, what would you do if if your husband left you or something? And I'd be like, I don't think I would be comfortable bringing another man into my house with my kids. You know.
Well, the other thing, do you guys think there's any? So the Catholics have our way, right? And so, like, if you're married as a Catholic and then you get divorced or whatever, you can never be a Catholic again in communion unless you get an annulment or you reconcile or you just live separately. But you can't like get remarried and remain a Catholic. But other denominations can. For example, if you marry as a Baptist and it doesn't work out, you could just become a non-denominational or a Lutheran. You could still go to church and find a community. Whereas with the Catholic Church, you don't have that ability because you're making an oath to God and the one church. And if you depart from that, you're departed from the church until you reconcile. There's no same as like if a priest gets excommunicated, he can never be a Catholic priest again. But whereas I hear pastors all the time, they'll get like fired or excommunicated, but then they can just start their own parish or go to one down the street, and the other ones don't know because it's not one, magisterium.
Well, I want a beautiful wife and to be able to have kids and maybe a dog and a
And
very
a
happy life.
pigeon and and a truck.
And a cow with no teeth. Sorry. I had to.
The thing about these conversations is it does sometimes feel like you're fighting against shadows in your head, because it's like we don't have to deal with these things. Like we're talking
Yeah.
about hypotheticals, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reality is much different. That's for sure.
Well, that's like why for me, I didn't really get these opinions until I, dated,
Yeah.
men who were divorced and actually had to grapple with what was in front of me and what I was dealing with. And I just realized, the way I felt about it, why I felt the way I did. And I mean, it's good. I mean, sometimes you just have to like figure things out.
So could
Yeah.
I ask Terry? Because I don't often to see people who came from like the feminist world to Christianity.
Yeah.
Did you still hold similar views to marriage when you weren't a Christian? Or has that changed?
I feel like when I was a feminist, I was really adamantly against marriage.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
So
were you always rather monogamous though, or? And I don't mean like but just like your mindset. Did you agree with monogamy?
yeah,
Or,
I've always been very disgusted by like the
Polyamory.
Open
non-monogamy.
relationships. It's
Yeah,
it's a
that
wild
whole
world
thing
we
is,
live in.
it's that
Polyamory is so gross.
I remember I did a video years ago back in my feminist days called "Why Poly Relationships Can and Do Hurt Women."
Yeah, both parties
Well,
really though.
is it because you have a heart and you actually feel things? It's like
right.
people aren't just for sex. Yeah.
Well, I just don't. I don't logically. I don't understand it. Why even call yourself in a relationship or a couple if you're, free to do what you want and have multiple? Like that kind of defeats the whole purpose of.
You know what I think it is? I think it's that most people, or I think at least in the secular world, a lot of people are just in relationships because they want the validation of having a partner, quote unquote. And, that validates them and their ego. And then, but they're not really committed to that person fundamentally. It's all ego. So, they're not with their whoever for the right reasons. And I just think it's a lot of there's not really, most people don't know what love is in the secular world. They never.
Yeah, in modern society, even really.
Yeah.
Sadly, that is kind of true, Terry.
I remember
so much so that they like get weirded out when you try to show love.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
not only does it's so far estranged to some people that like help, charity, grace, mercy is like foreign to them.
Yeah. But I mean, I've known a number of people who've been in like poly relationships, like.
It's a beta thing for guys. It's totally beta.
Sounds terrible. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They think it's like it's not. I feel like one guy who has multiple girls, that's not beta. It's not. I'm not affirming that, but like to let your girl sleep around, that is as beta as it gets.
I know, like it's. I mean. It's really repulsive. And I think most of the time when people get into these situations, they're in a long-term relationship. The whatever has gone fizzled out because, that's all their relationship was really based on anyway. And they like the financial situation they're in with one another. They're comfortable with that. So one person will, whoever is like less attracted to or less in love with the other one will like, put it on the table like, oh, I want to do this lifestyle, like, and you either have to accept it or I'm going to leave kind of situation.
An ultimatum, huh?
Yeah. And like, depending on how pathetic that person is, like, they'll usually stay and then just go through the torment. Although, like, I don't know if I want to get into like the prevalence of this in the gay world, but like polyamory is really, really heavily practiced. And I've met so many gay couples over the past few years that are trying to have like throuple relationships.
That's super interesting. I wonder if there's any correlation to that causation, or if that's interesting, Terry.
Well,
Like,
it's
like
a sexual perversion. It's like a spiritual sickness, right?
Well, that's what I mean. So it's not orthodox, and then what follows from that is more unorthodoxy. It's just interesting, yeah.
But outside the polyamory stuff, I remember
I
in
think by not orthodox, you mean degenerate.
Well, so the orthodox is the way God made it, man and women.
Yeah.
So if you're not for man and women, and then we man and woman in a monogamous relationship. So if you're already getting out of the man woman to man man or woman woman, then it's not a stretch to take another step
Yeah,
to
to just keep
3.
going.
Why not
Yeah.
add another person? And at that point, yeah, you know,
You're already burning, right?
yeah. Well, they don't view it as that, but yeah, it's like, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with this, so why would something be wrong with this? And
yeah,
it's a weird.
Well, I had a couple of friends who are a lesbian couple. They were like married, you know, legally, and they recently did this. They're going through a divorce now, and it's been a total mess. And I like when one of them came to me and told me about it, like that they were considering bringing this other woman into their relationship. I was like, you know, that's going to end your relationship, right? You know? And I was like, well, you're like, yeah, but no. Like, so they just went along and did it. And then, yeah, I've obviously, I was like, well, it's just, you know, I'll be laughing in your face once this all blows up, but.
And it all blew up.
Yeah, really spectacularly. And it's like, the thing is too, watching it happen, I realized like, you know, there was no love in that relationship, even though like it was all like lust and possessiveness and like validation. And like, you know, if they had just been friends who had been leaning on each other like roommates or something, like they could have been such a better support and love to one another, you know, over the years. They could have like helped each other like grow and build, but because their relationship became perverted, you know, they never were able to like really show each other love.
Yeah.
So, it's just been edifying to like watch these things. And as I like go further into my like faith and walk away from my former lifestyle, it's amazing like the truth, how much clearer it gets, you know?
Yeah, amen. I can agree as far as I had the Catholic fundamentals even when I was in the secular world.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the hookup culture, I'd be looking for a girl to date, to marry, and all that. And wouldn't do one night stands and stuff. I'd try to like be flirting with women or getting to know me, and then she'd be like, are we gonna do something tonight, or like, what are you doing? And I'd be like, whoa, like I wasn't like. So I had the Catholic fundamentals, and when I saw other people didn't, I never learned the whys to what we believe. It was just that, and I just thought kind of everyone did. I naively thought like everyone grew up knowing God, knowing the 10 Commandments, you know, living a Catholic life. And then when I was like, oh, like I just come across things and I'm like, oh, you don't like the gay lifestyle. That was like, I never accepted it because I grew up Catholic. And then when people try to share their liberal views, you're just like confused and you're like, what do you mean? Like, you don't know that that's not what you're supposed to do. But then when I came back and then find the beauty, a lot of the beauty of God and the faith is finding the reasons in the truth, as you said, Terry, like when you don't know. And then when you find out why good things are good and why beautiful things are beautiful, it just makes life make so much sense and brings you peace.
Well, and too, like, I think the thing for me is I had to learn how to just trust and obey before understanding would come. Like, for me, it was all just like, you know what I'm doing isn't working. Well, how I'm seeing things isn't working. I need to just trust God, and He'll show me. The Spirit of truth will like reveal itself, and that's been like everything, I guess, and coming to a real understanding. Like it had nothing to do with anything I think that could have been taught by man. Although I think if I were to talk with young people about these things, that maybe I would be able to share some more understanding than I think I got when I was a young Christian, because the way they talked about sex didn't make much sense to me. It was all abstract and yeah. Like, I don't know. I remember growing up and it was all just like talking about, I don't know, purity culture. And it wasn't really explaining that, like, the reasons why we are chaste as Christians are for our own protection. You know, God's rules are there to protect us and to have us flourish.
Yeah,
but
I'd get
it's
more
not
of the
it's
shame
not a
and guilt Catholic teaching.
it's not a punitive restriction. It's for our own benefit. It's everything from the
Right.
church is supposed to be about healing us. Yeah.
Right. But it always came across as punitive, and that's why it didn't make any sense, you know?
Yeah. So I never, growing up Catholic, I got I learned about God and Jesus and all that. I learned all the prayers and how to act in church, but I never got the like love and the hope and the charity that they preach about, that the gospel tells us about. As you said, Terry, when you learned that you had to just hope and let go and have faith in God. It was more of like a military shame and guilt. So they weren't doing a good job of preaching the beauty of God and what the sacraments are and stuff. So I can relate. Yeah.
So I wanted to say earlier that like something that is like the opposite side of the coin. When I was, more in the secular world, I feel like I was in love with the idea of being in love, and I was willing to overlook things like not being equally yoked. And I was just like, because I just loved loving so much. I loved it. I just like really leaning into it and just like pouring myself into the relationship, and I, uh, I look back on that and I can kinda see how that itself was a form of idolatry, really, and it wasn't really me loving the person so much as me just loving the concept of being in love.
Yeah. And for men and women, love is quite different. A lot of us probably we don't learn that in the modern society. We just learn love as it is. And it's more of a feeling that we learn what love is as opposed to like actions or a way of living. But yeah, that comes back to just learning these things and teaching the youngsters so they don't have to go as far or as long as we did without God, you know? Because
Yeah.
especially the last 20 years, we didn't have like things like these. Like if I had come across a short, like sometimes I put out of just someone saying an Our Father or an act of contrition, you can remember these things. But when you're out in the secular world and you don't have any beacons of light or people reminding you about the church and all that, then you can forget.
Yeah, what's so different about, like, walking with Christ and being in the Christian life is you build this, you know what the rock is now, and you can build everything on top of that, on top of Christ. Christ is the unhewn stone, that Daniel saw in his vision. That is our foundation, and once you have that, it's like the key to everything else. But before that, I was just, grabbing for anything that I could, like, I was like in an ocean, trying to grab onto anyone else floating.
Yeah, I don't know if the Orthodox, but in the Catholic Church, we consider confession, the sacrament of confession, a piece of driftwood after a shipwreck, something for you to grab onto in the storm and to get you back right onto the track of where you need to be. Because as you said, you can be lost in the dark and the storms and the waves, and a good confession just gives you something to grab onto, ground yourself, and get back to safety. The safety of God's loving embrace. Terry, I asked Terry what was it, and you said all encompassing. God's big, all encompassing arms just hugging me. That's what Terry said.
Oh, I think I said
abundance.
abundance. Yeah. Or that's what came to mind when you asked me what God is. Yeah.
Welcome, Deviant. Did you just convert?
I did not.
Aw.
I feel like we should have an asterisk by be like women are allowed in that aren't Protestant and Catholic. I mean, not Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, and Catholic.
And it's definitely not because we're all single looking for brides. That's definitely not the reason why, right, Daniel?
That's good seeing how I'm getting married. So.
Yeah, you got sook. You got sook.
Yep.
Congratulations, Deviant.
Yeah, I'm really happy for you.
That brings me joy.
I just got invited to a wedding. The catechumens that were in my like same sort of like class, like they came a little bit after me for their illumination, but I got invited to their wedding, and they're a great couple. I'm so happy for them.
Cool. Yeah, I was invited to my oldest and best and closest friend. He when I got to know him, he was married to a woman who was horribly abusive. As an example, he didn't learn her actual name until they got married. And the reason they got married was that she said she was pregnant, and then she faked meetings with a what are they called? The doctor.
Gynecologist.
A gynecologist. And then she faked having a miscarriage. So that's just like top level of the things she did. So I helped him and supported him in leaving this relationship. I mean, I didn't like push him or anything.
Even
I
the
just
Catholics would
listened.
agree that's an annulment right there, right? Right, Zealous Den?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
that sounds if I were to ever hear one.
He didn't. She was like 10 years older than she said she was. So she said she was around 24. She was actually 35, and he was 17, and they got married when he was 18. Yeah.
Oh wow, what a nightmare situation, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I think you could annul that in the secular world too. That is wild.
Yeah. So I encouraged him and kind of helped him as he left him.
How does a 35-year-old like try to pass herself off as 24? Like, was she small? Like, how did she look?
So I never met her because we've always, me and my friends always lived in different cities in different parts of the country. So I don't know, but I guess so. I mean, when I was 35, I still had to show my ID to buy energy drinks, and the legal limit for energy drinks then in Sweden was 16, and I was 20 years older. So I don't mean that I looked 16, but like I always looked much younger than I am. So maybe not now. I feel very not so young, but
so modest.
Until I was 40. Until I was older, 40 and up, and it all went downhill.
Yeah, I've been
Salty.
delaying. So men get like bellies or out of shape all this time. They just like,
Mhm.
and I've been wait. So I have a fast metabolism, and I'm usually active. So all my buddies and stuff, they keep telling me, they're like, "Oh, wait," but it's been happening for like 5 years. They're like, "Oh, wait till next year, it's gonna happen. Wait till next year." I think it's slowly starting to happen, but I'm holding out pretty good, like you, Deviant.
Yeah, so that's something funny I've noticed with guys. They have these kind of, it's almost like growth spurts where from like 18 to 20 they go from not just growing on lengthwise, but they get kind of set in their bodies. They get a bit of not bulk, but
Mass.
yeah, more mass and more of a grown up rather than like a lengthy youngster. And then around 30, you start to see guys who's been able to eat whatever and they stay thin. They hit 30 and it changes. And then at 40,
You're
the old
toast.
man traits start to come.
Yeah, I actually went through growing pains at somewhere around like 17, 18. And that was one of the most painful things I ever experienced. I've always heard of the term, but yeah, it's a real thing. I had to go ask my dad. I was like on the verge of tears. And he's like, "Go take a warm bath. That's all I can tell you." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"For real?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, this happens to everyone. Tough it out, kid." And it was like serious. Like you could literally feel like my back like growing. It was crazy.
I have massive growing pains from like when I was in like grade 7 and 8. I grew about 20 centimeters. What's that? Say 10 inches.
We're American, Deviant. You have to bear with
I
us.
know.
Yeah.
So 10 inches.
Tell us in Chevy trucks.
Okay. I've not yet reached the length of a Chevy truck. Okay.
So about a quarter of a Chevy truck. Okay.
That's about my length at this point. Okay. No, but maybe 10 inches. 12 inches. No, 10 inches is to 25 centimeters. So 8 inches in about a year and a half. And then I stopped growing. I'm very tall. I'm about 7 foot.
Oh, you Sandman's catching up to you. He's 6'5".
I thought Sandman
I
was
was 6 feet, and I was 5'11" and 11/12 for like 2 years. And every time I'd go to the doctor, I'm like, "Can you just say 6 feet?" He's like, "You're not quite 6 feet." And I'm like, "This guy." And then I finally hit it. I'm 6'1" now, but for like the longest time, he wouldn't give me 6 feet. I'm like 5'11" and 11/12. So you kidding me? He's like,
How tall are you, Terry? You're pretty tall. Yeah.
I'm 5'8".
I was gonna say that. She said she's taller than 5'8".
Yeah.
Because for a guy, that's a shorter guy. But yeah, it is. It's a average woman.
Yeah. I'm above average. Thank you. But I mean, it doesn't really matter anymore though, because I'm in the chair. So like, really, everybody's.
So she's now 4'8".
It's kind of interesting, yeah, being shorter than people now.
Can you ever like walk briefly, like to just stand up or something?
No, I can't walk.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Terry Berry.
Yeah, it sucks. I miss it.
Yeah. Not to be. I'm not comparing to you, just so that you know. But I was paralyzed after a traffic accident, a car accident, and was paralyzed for a year. So I can and I didn't know I was going to be able to walk. So in that sense, I can empathize.
Well, I'm glad you're able to walk. That's awesome.
I'm sad. Yeah, I'm very. I feel a bit lost for words because I didn't know that. But I mean, that's not all that you are either. So
No, and honestly, I mean, when I was upright still, I mean, I was in such excruciating pain getting around, and now it's much easier, and I'm able to do more and have a more like active life. So
Praise God. That's always
yeah,
good.
it's like there's a silver lining to the cloud, and it's like, yeah. So
absolutely.
I became like, by using the device, it's just my whole world opened up, like.
Oh, in a good way
That's
for you.
awesome.
Yeah, in a good way.
Amen.
Because there were for years and years, I really couldn't do much. I was, stuck at home a lot of the time.
And a lot of people with pain, not only does it hurt, but it drains you. It makes you tired.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think of like years and years of just
Wait, what are
not
you guys
doing
talking about?
anything.
That makes me happy, Terry. I'm glad. That's making me
Yeah,
really
because
happy.
you are so full of joy and happy all the time. So
Yeah.
that's good that you found something that makes you less pain and it helps you get around and do stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because pain is draining as MF.
It does. Well, it's probably the pain that does it, but yeah, it tires you out.
Mm-hmm. It really does.
Well, because I mean, you just have to keep
So you
going
have-
through it, and then it's like you have to ignore it to get through it as well. It's mentally exhausting too.
Yeah, to block it out.
Do you have like?
It takes a lot of.
Do you have like hand?
What's that?
Do you have hand controls on your car to like drive?
No. I can move. I'm not paralyzed. I can move.
He just
my
runs the wheels into the pedals.
I knew this girl who was like paralyzed
Yeah.
from the waist down from like a car wreck, and her car had hand controls, and I got to drive it, and it was like I'd go to hit the brake, and since it's a hand control, I'm not used to it. It was like I locked up the brake. I'm like, man,
And by God to
like
drive
how
it, Clay
used
saw
to
that. He's like, I need to drive that. Let me try your car.
No, and you know what it was?
Like, why
It
do
was
I
a
have to breathe into
Chevy
this tube
Sonic.
before it starts?
Yeah.
I used to work for a chef who would ask the cooks to do that for him.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
That should be a red flag right there.
I was the sous chef. That
Ladies,
made
if the man says, "Can you breathe into this
So I
like,
can
little
get you to
hose
lunch
for me," that's a red flag.
It's weird how there's like a disproportionate amount of like drug addicts and alcoholics in like the culinary field.
Oh yeah, that's where they all work.
You know?
Yeah, because you can have, it's like truck driving. Like you can have any kind of
Bruce is
history and do that.
paralyzed from the neck up.
Yeah.
Who said that? Oh, Christian Pike said that.
He gets timed out, comes back, does the exact same thing. They never
Man,
learn.
haters
Those
been
rascally
doing
rabbits.
it like they're making money off of it.
Yeah.
So
You'd think they feel threatened or something.
I have a question.
AJ knew you would, Deviant.
This one, unfortunately, is pretty boring because it's a technical one.
Yeah.
I see Zealous Den and Teddy/Asso/Salty Cracker 2. I both see them in the side chat here, but not in the chat on YouTube, and it says paired.
Oh, it looks like Zealous Den. Don't you have it streaming to your sisters?
Yeah,
Mine-
yeah. There's a simulcast going on right now.
I didn't know I did it to my
Oh.
sisters. I didn't mean to, but maybe I did it to mine.
Oh, it's to yours. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and that,
Yeah, I realized that Zealot was simulcasting because I accidentally clicked on Zealot's stream trying to kick Bruce, and I'm like,
Don't
where
forget
is
to
he?
smash that like button. No, but yeah, because I usually do make Sunday holy again, and then Gangsta offered this, so I said I'd just kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, this is pretty
Don't
hopeful.
kill
What do you guys
birds.
think about us accepting the white African farmers as refugees, the ones that they're talking about ethnic cleansing them?
I've never heard of this.
You
Are
mean
you-
from like
Is
South
this in South
Africa?
Yeah, you talking about
Really
apartheid?
bad. It's apartheid. It's really bad. They're literally like there was I just saw a clip from the news, from the African news, where they're like chanting in a stadium, "Kill the white farmers."
That's been going on since
Scary.
USA for Africa.
Well,
Live Aid.
Look,
That's been
we
going
need
on since
people to
Live
raise our
Aid.
food, right? Like they're saying, "Hey, you're taking illegals out of the country. Who's going to raise your food?" Well, how about them? Bring them here. Let them work the farmland.
We need to
But that's kind of
ship
that's
some of our.
to bring. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Sure.
Oh, I was gonna say we need to mail them some of our white privilege.
Right?
Can I get some of that? I seem to miss my allotted portion.
Yeah.
I never got
scary,
that.
though.
Can I get some?
But it's like literally mainstream for them to be able to just say, "Let's kill these white people. Let's exterminate them."
Well, and yeah,
crazy.
there's been a number of attacks on farmers as well. I think we should take them. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're going to get murdered. They're
Yeah.
being murdered.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Like those
What's
are
the,
real
what's the
refugees.
reason? Does this have anything to do with the history of apartheid in South Africa?
Yes, it
Because
does.
from my understanding, South Africa was, how did it go, Deviant? It was white, and then they let blacks move in the 80s?
No.
The opposite?
No, the opposite. I mean,
Okay,
not,
yeah, I
not
forget.
opposite, but
I remember it was a whole
Africa.
thing about racial tensions in South Africa, right?
First, Africans were all white, and then the black
Elon
people
Musk is
started
from there.
migrating in from Europe.
Oh, you serious, Daniel?
But it's scary, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's very scary. I do understand how it's come to this, because it's kind of what tends to happen when you suppress a population. They want to rise up, and then there's always the revenge side of things, which of course it's not okay, and it's not.
If they don't want
good
them
and-
there, we'll take them. I mean,
But-
we
but
need
so
we need
for-
people to grow food here.
Yeah, from my understanding, like Deviant
Sure, but-
said, I believe it was repercussions of like 40 years of what they've been doing over there.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah, but-
result of the action that was taken. Pretty
What
much.
about the people who are the
Right.
children of the people who did that really had no choice in the matter?
No, but we're not saying, or I'm not saying, and I very much doubt Zealous Den is saying that it's okay. It's
Right,
just
no, yeah.
the mechanisms that brings
Yeah.
this. Why does it happen? So, but what
But
I
if
was
the
thinking was
races were
even
swapped, the UN would be like NATO would be showing up.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah, I
not.
agree.
It's the principle, Jess. It doesn't matter the races. We're
Yeah.
just talking the
Yeah.
principle
What
of it.
principle?
Exactly.
Man, don't make me go off about South Africa.
South
But so
Africa is
what's-
just a crazy situation.
what-
Yeah, but like
but-
me and Deviant is saying,
What's
because of
going on?
the actions in the 80s.
Yeah, right.
What actions in the 80s?
The whole apartheid. So
Yeah.
it wasn't an empty country, and then a bunch of Europeans moved there, and then Africans came there. It was an African country. Then the Europeans came there,
Okay.
took the population.
Forcefully. They were, like,
slaves,
moved in.
forcefully.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that, but what I'm
And
saying
took their
is
land,
Yeah,
killed
they-
their people, and now you see the reverse of that action.
So-
It doesn't make it okay.
No,
It doesn't
And,
make it
I'm
good.
not super well versed, but
They
I've from,
wouldn't have
from
a country if, like, the Dutch and the British hadn't gone there and colonized it. They wouldn't have any of the infrastructure country that they have to this
well,
day.
from my, I was gonna
Would
say
be
that though,
ran into
Terry.
the ground since
Terry,
they,
have you
like,
ever seen
rebuilt-
Marvel?
Well,
No,
Deviant,
I don't.
Wakanda?
I think
No.
it's because when they did that forcefully, what they did in the 80s, because of that, no one's been taking care of it or upkeeping. So now it's like not the best place to live. So now that's causing the
Well, yeah,
the
people
uprising. If I'm not
Oh.
mistaken, something along those lines.
the people who've inherited the South African government like it's when the revolution happened.
All right.
And the government changed, and they ended apartheid. I mean, those people were genuinely invested in the country and had like actual, desire to do things. But at this time, it's just, they're blaming white people for why they're in the situation they are when it's not been the situation for decades. And all those people, I mean, this is generations hence.
I understand that, like I understand, but this is the way that they are calling to kill these white Africans.
Well, I've seen this video.
They're saying kill the Boer, they're saying kill the white.
Shoot to kill the mother, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Is he saying Obama?
Is
A
this
handgun. He got a handgun.
I mean,
where do you
come on
find
now.
all this stuff, Jess?
That's crazy.
The internet.
Brownnews.com.
Yes.
Yeah, right. But
wait, late Gigi's about to.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have to end it because at 7, Brother Pike's having a show.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Well, thanks for having us, Gigi. This
It
was
was a really fun stream.
This was good. Yeah.
It was
so
calm,
chill,
it was
man. Usually my
peaceful.
time after church is very stressful when I get on here, and today it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm
Nice
glad
little
to know. You guys could come on Brother Pike's show.
I still got the good
I probably
liturgy
will.
vibe going.
Yeah.
I'll do anything. I got to do anything to avoid watching that Super Bowl.
Wait, is this ending?
Yes.
I just want to see if they cheer for Trump or they boo for Trump. That's all I care about, and then I'm done with it.
Hey, let's Terry and Deviant, did you enjoy your guys' time with the Catholics and Orthodox?
Yeah.
Of course, I always.
We weren't too lame or anything.
No, you're not lame.
Do you think we should have argued more and like insulted each other and gotten really mad and spammed the comments like Bruce?
As someone with PTSD, no.
I was gonna say I don't think Deviant likes the arguing.
No, I don't.
I don't like it when people are unkind to one another.
Yeah.
When it comes to Bruce, you have to start calling him Lil Wayne because me and
Lil
Dan were
Wayne.
doing that and he was raging. He's like,
So funny, so funny.
I'm not Lil Wayne.
He's like, I'm Big Wayne.
Yeah, he's like, I used to listen to Lil Wayne, but I don't anymore. It's like, all right, Lil Wayne.
Azo is trans?
No, he's not.
No.
Well,
Oh, is it a joke?
I guess so, yeah.
A transphobic joke, guys? Come on. Really?
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
thank
not
you
in the
so-
Orthodox stream. How dare us?
Yeah, thank you, Gigi. You're the man. See you in about an
Thanks,
hour,
Gigi.
buddy.
Love you, brother. Love you, Logan.
See you, Logan.
See ya.
God bless
Bye,
everybody.
Bye.
Happy Lord's
See you
Day.
guys.
Yes, everybody.
Have a good one. Don't watch sports.
No, we don't.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.